I'm trying tonight, pulling your hair, baby. I feel you breathing on me, on you. You know that I'm a selfish lover. When it's mine, I want it. Or track mine for it, for you. I don't think I can let you go. I don't think I can let you go. Bet you love me before I go. Bet you love me before I go. I don't think I can let you go. I don't think I can let you go. Bet you love me before I go. Bet you love me before I go. Tell me what you want. Tell me what you need, baby. Tell me about your dreams, tell me everything, yeah. Do it, I'll do it, I'll do it. I'll do it, I'll do it, I'll do it. Body's never
Y'all ready? Y'all ready? Let's get into this read. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Put my mind back where it belongs, and that is with the people that comes to vibe and chill with the One Papoose show over here. So if you have not hit the like button, please do so. I appreciate it. It helps keeps me up algorithm out there past a lot of things that you guys are seeing going on. I said what I said. It is what it is, and life must goes on. That's just how it works out here. Life goes on, you know. So let me see where we are with it. Okay. Oh shit! Really? Don't do that. Okay, there we go. I think we left off at hello, everybody. Hey, Joy, Love Bug, Lavelle, Harlem. Thanks for showing up, my love, and Native. Who else we got? Simply, hello. Jason, you're here. Okay, so Priscilla is here, so we are good. Let's take off, you guys. Let's take off so that we can get through this. It's 8 o'clock. I'm on good timing tonight to make it to bed. Look like they're getting the roads cleaned up out there, so I can head my behind back up out this door and not worry about this stuff here. This stuff is crazy, and it's meant, if you allow it, to kind of make you, crazy. You feel like, ups and down. You feel like a yo-yo. The only thing is that I just don't have the mindset for it, you guys. People are I'm talking. This is just not the first rodeo. We're on D, person and enterprise. I got it up and ready to go, so I got it. Thank you, love. So, you guys have to use your own discernment of what you see going on and take it for what it's worth. I can promise you that I'm not stupid and I'm not blind, and there is a whole lot of things that you guys just don't know, but because of my stance and my, just the person that I am, if I have confessed the loyalty to certain people or things that has been said, there's a lot of things that just don't have to be repeat to prove anything. You just kind of just gotta put it in the water and let the wave take it on. Just take it on. Take it away from a shore. I'm good. Take it away. If there's emotions or people getting played upon or this or that, it's all good. You just let it wash away. Let it wash away. That's it. Cause my life is just on point. It's on point, and I cannot keep stressing about my personal life, and it's going to stay personal. There is people that is out there that have spoken, that has been inside my world over here, that knows one papoose, and that's a promise. So a lot of stuff is just easy for me to laugh off. I can laugh this shit off. I'm like, what? Seriously? But insinuation, allegations is, that's what people do. It's what people do. So if there is love land and hatred and all you. Hey, just gotta let it ride. Hate on. I don't care. Hate on. I don't care. So, y'all ready? We ready? We're ready. We're ready. That we left off on D, where she talks about person enterprise rule. Hi, Casey. You'll see me looking to my left because my screen to read off of it's on my left, and I will get the share screen up so that you guys as well can read along or take pictures or do you can do whatever you want to do with it. I hope I have enlarged it. I know that we are a little bit behind. A lot of channels have moved on with a few more details of what's going on. I do have everything that comes in through Pacer to keep myself up to date, and then when I have time I try to bring it to the channel so that all of you people are aware of everything that has been entered into Pacer coming from the courts, whether it's a response from attorney Jennifer Bonjean or if there's something coming in as a response from the prosecutors or the judge. And that's just the best that I can do over here. My life is no different from a lot of you guys' life. I'm juggling it with work, the kids and home and my personal life. And I'm no different from you guys. So take it how you want it. If you think I'm crazy, then that's okay too. If you think I'm illiterate, then that's okay too. Because illiterate people are really not able to sit up and read and dissect and dodge this bull crap that you see that's going on out here. The same way that people declare that they have this powers and this, this juice and these magical wands and everything, nobody is to be taken out of context or underestimated. All of us out here has these superpowers, these super voices, all of the energy, whatever it is, you can do whatever your mindset is capable of doing for you. So, no, I did not see that. No, did he have a change of heart? Before we get into it, I'll kind of converse with you guys a little bit into the chat because I got a little time. You say no, did he really? He has a change of heart. Is it because of the apparently so, love bug. Apparently so. But in order to do so, you need to be qualified. You have to be qualified. But that's shocking though, perspective, because he was really dead set on it. How you doing, Jason? How you doing? Yes, I'm back, K baby. Good to see you back hanging out with us for a while, and I appreciate it. You say, what about fate? We don't know yet, Jason. We have to see how New York is going to go, and then fate would probably come up a little bit more when it gets to the Chicago case. You keep asking me about the things that that may pertain Chicago right now. So and they're still trying to finish up with New York. So he mad. Oh, he mad at the parents. Is it because after him reading really in depth of the emotion? Do you think that that's it? Wow, that's crazy. And it's crazy because perspective just a couple of days ago, he was I wonder if he was, I don't know, because he was posting the letter that was written from the parents to Cheryl Mack with being the adult supervisor over Azarel. So that's crazy. You said Pappy threatened him. Woo, child. See, I don't know. I just don't go across the street too much. Not too much. Thank you, Casey. Thank you so much. Thank you. Sandra's back. Thank you, sweetheart. That's. I wonder how that feels. I don't know. I mean, because he was around perspective during the whole breakout disagreement between Drunken Larry and Angelo. He was watching this play out, but I guess he must have really had some type of faith that the parents were not involved that deep. So I don't know. Summer G. Levi Gregory Stubbs is the leader of the terrorist group. I don't know what. They just got some group stuff going on. And like I say, I never came out here, Summer G, to be involved and really to dissect who all of these people were. My commentary that when I first started off, I was laughing at the Drunken Larry stuff, but as well, taking him serious on the things that he was saying. Drunken Larry and Angela kind of got into it, and it left people. There's my beauty. Hi, sweetheart. Hi, I miss you. I miss you. I miss you. I miss you. So, they had those arguments breaking out, but what Drunken Larry and Angelo, in my opinion, seemed to have done was left a picture out here on people with their allegations on who was right and who was wrong in their dilemma. So, and it's still kind of up in the air whether if Drunken Larry didn't say those things, or the play out didn't happen the way that Drunken Larry said that it didn't play out, and then you had Angelo saying that like you put this shit together, you was the one that wanted to create the YouTube channel and bring it all out here. Angelo said that he was firm on not doing that, but he ended up supporting him, and then along came the contributions and things from the supporters of his team, and things just grew from that and exploded. And I keep saying that with a lot of the alleged channels that was in deep with the debacle, it just always seems that the money ended up being the common denominator of why they group, in my opinion, that side of the street started falling apart, like getting angry at each other. So you say you listening? Okay, okay. I'm just glad to see that you're here. So that's good. I'm just glad to see you. Listen on, boo. So you wanted to know more about Azrael. Azrael, Jason, we left off talking about that. What today is Tuesday, Sunday night, and we talked about we don't know, in my opinion, how that's going to work out. Jason, is the mom going to go against the daughter? Will the daughter go against the mom? It's obviously somebody, in my opinion, is going to turn on somebody. That's just my opinion, because in this motion, it's clearly stating that it'll show where Jennifer Bonjean may have found probable cause through messages from Azrael mother, pushing her, enticing her onto this older gentleman for monetary gain. But Azrael may have taken a change of heart, and I wanted to be with the superstar forever, and one thing led to another. She didn't precisely do the workup order that her mom wanted her to do. So I don't know, Jason. We're gonna have to sit back and see how that plays out too. Hi, Marquin. Hi, Keish. Hi. Shannon's back. Okay, so you say she was young, but she knows right from wrong, and she knows she made decision. No one should be in jail for her lies. She needs to tell the truth, and she probably will. Her truth, in my opinion, was told on the show with her and her dad. I think that was her cold-heartedly truth. You guys knew where I was. You guys know, and she went into really, hard details about that. In my opinion, she did. He may have been an ass, most men are, but shit, my hubby is. But I'm not gonna put him in jail. I think the government had people by the balls. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I agree. So, will this motion by Jennifer Bonjean have a lot of people scattering like roaches? Will it have them probably redesigning a new program, a new agenda? Who's to say? Who's to say? Jane Doe number 5, Jason. If you would have took your butt over to Australia, then you'd have been caught up with everybody. You just so bad. I think she just got everybody like, oh shucks, oh shits. When it comes to Jennifer Bonjean, another one of my opinions, I think that the narrative that they kept pushing out here with Mr. Kelly being broke, Mr. Kelly is broke, or he don't have no money, and then we saw actually how the government, the judges or whatever, was putting out situations to regain his money, or seize his money or lock it down where now they control it. In my humble opinion, I believe that they really thought that if they do that, if they restrain him from being able to have access to money or the outside world, and limited contact and things like that, that once they proceed with this trial, and as we saw and what Jennifer Bonjean wrote in her motion, where she kind of is painting the picture that, hold up, there's some setup going on here, whether it was by the judicial system or by these allegations from the women, that they really thought that they were going to put him in on a habitat leash. They really did. So they run through this whole trial. The juror was handed down questionnaires in Jennifer Bonjean's motion, from what I'm understanding, believing that they were impartial. They should have not had the opportunity to be on the juror. They came in as biased. They were already alarmed about Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly from the media or the newspaper or from hearsay. They was already prepared to find a guilty plea. So with all of this aligned up in chronological order, right? And oh my God, they come back with this guilty plea. My humble opinion, I really think that they really thought that he wasn't going to be able to come back with nobody else. They financially tried to drain him or restrict his money, lock it down, had him pay out so much. It started with the first judge, right, where the judge did not want to accept the $60,000 for the child support. Remember, he walked up in there and he said he couldn't get his hands on the 160,000 or so, right? And he came to court, and Greenberg was like, well, he can get this to her now, and we have to worry about the rest. And the judge did not want to hear it. No, you ain't going nowhere until you get the whole 160,000. Well, that was the first step right there to say, well, you know what? I don't care where you get it from. We want your money. You're gonna pay her. So when I start seeing the journey path of, let's see where his funds and stuff are, and it was a situation about the bank account. They wanted to check into that, and then they went all into talking about his royalties. Well, how soon will he have that? And we got to find this man's money so that he will not be able to proceed in an appeal case probably so soon or never. We're going to be able to have him sitting right here for the 199 years that they wanted to put on this man. But somewhere, by golly, here comes, after the guilty verdict, and here comes this appeal attorney by the name of Jennifer Bonjean. And they probably, in my opinion, was not prepared for that. We all know that everybody is entitled to have an appeal, right? I don't think that they ever thought that, one was going to come that fast. Like, wait a minute, where did she come from? Oh my God, this is an attorney that just represented Bill Cosby and got him out, and and I don't think that they was prepared seeing her coming. I really don't. So she's here now, and she's hit some valid points on all of the counts of the racketeering, the RICO. She's explained somewhat of the Mann Act in her motion to, enlighten them that this ain't what you guys are saying that it is. Something isn't right. This is not how this law is used on one person, is what she's getting in debt with on here, speaking about the enterprise. You said that the enterprise is this pertaining something with his sexual preference of life, but yet in the Supreme Court, where the law is there in black and white, higher up, where they completely explains the definition and everything that pertains to what upholds enterprise. So you got your, say that it's consists of managers and budget and all these people, but yet then they went after one. And then when it comes to the RICO, what does it says, right? RICO is a drug supplier, you're running them in, running them out, and gun slanging and all of that stuff. And she says that that's not Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly's persona either. So who is it that, what is it exactly that you guys are charging him with? And so she, in my opinion, feels that these charges was overreach, overkill. You want to manifest your way of using these laws that just did not fit what you guys are saying of Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly committing any crimes based on what her findings are. She also applies lots of sources. She's dug and dug, and she's been out there for a while, so she may know this stuff by heart and a lot of her resources by heart. But she pulled a lot of case logs to run with her facts. Alma, hi, how are you? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the chat. So you say you believe the case was closed to the public to avoid the questions on testimony that bond is dropping. Could be, yeah, because that's a possibility. Yeah, it is possibility. So let's get started. Number D, she goes into the person enterprise rule. Separately, the government was required to demonstrate that the defendant was distinct from the enterprise. It is axiomatic that clearly envisions that. Is it up on the screen? Yeah, it's up on the screen. Okay. That the person enterprise will be distinct. And she got that from Bennett. This requirement focuses the section on the culpable party and recognizes that the enterprise itself is often a passive instrument or victim of racketeering activity. I forgot my goddamn Twizzler so I could chew on the screen with my mouth open, because that makes you crazy too. It makes you not have those etiquette behavior. You from the straight gutter. You can't sit and chill and just do you on the screen without even being judged by that as well. I'm like, whatever, let's keep it moving though. The United States Supreme Court has held that a RICO defendant must have participated in the conduct of the enterprise affairs, not just his own affairs. The government cannot plead its way around the distinctness requirement by simply alleging that the enterprise is defendant's inner circle, and introduced a series of headshots of all defendants' former employees as evidence of an enterprise. The enterprise, as alleged by the government, exists because of its goal to promote the defendant in his legal and alleged illegal sexual activities. It has no function unrelated to the defendant. Under this factual pattern, the distinctness requirement was not satisfied. But because the government RICO prosecution under this fact pattern is entirely unique, there is a dearth of factually analogous authority on this issue. That said, guidance offered in a factually dissimilar cases leads to the clear conclusion that the government failed to prove an enterprise distinct from the defendant. In Riverwoods Supra, the plaintiff Riverwoods Chippewa Corporation's Riverwoods claimed that through the acts of extortion and mail fraud, the defendant Marine Midland Blank coerced Riverwoods to reconstruct loan agreements between Riverwoods and Westchester Federal Savings. Later acquired by Marine Midland, Riverwoods purchased a property in Newcastle, New York to develop residential condominiums and obtained a loan from Westchester Federal Savings made for that purpose. Marine Midland later acquired Westchester Federal Savings and inherited the loan agreement. Well, according to the Riverwoods, shortly after the acquisition, Marine Midland offers made it clear that they intend to dishonor the existing agreement and that they engage in extortive behavior for force Riverwoods to enter into a new loan agreement where with terms more favorable to the Marine Midland. In its complaint, Riverwood alleged inter alia, I'm going to say that under the plain language of the hold on, I'm trying, I guess it tried to disconnect, but I think we're back. Are we back, you guys? Are we back? Check, check. Are we back? Because it did disconnect for a second. Okay, I guess back. All right. The corporate entity may not be both the RICO person and the RICO enterprise. Thanks, Labug. Um, Acknowledging that the distinctiveness requirement could be satisfied where there is partial overlap between the RICO person and the RICO enterprise, and that a defendant may be a RICO person and one of the number of members of the RICO enterprise. However, by alleging a RICO enterprise that consists merely of a corporate defendant associate with its own employees or agents carrying on a regular affair of the defendant, the distinctiveness requirement may not be circumvented. Finding the Riverwoods had failed to prove the distinctness requirement, the Riverwoods court observed that because a corporation can only function through its employees and agents, any act of corporation can be viewed as an act of such an enterprise, and the enterprise is in reality no more than the defendant itself. Whether employees of the corporation associate to commit a pattern of predicate acts in the course of their employment and on behalf of the corporation. The employees in association with the corporation do not form an enterprise distinct from the corporation. The Riverwoods court scoffed at the notion that the plaintiff seriously contended that the actions of restructuring groups were anything other than the activities of Marine Midland employees carrying out the business of that bank. And the court reasoned both the allegations in the complaint and the proof of a trial showed that the individual members of the restructuring group was were employed by the Marine Midland at the relevant time. Those employees were acting within the scope of their authority as officers of the Marine Midland in all of the actions taken by the restructuring group, such as negotiating and executing the restructured loan and exacting personal guarantees from Shapiro were undertaken on behalf of Marine Midland and were directly related to the bank businesses. Well, the Second Circuit Court reached a similar conclusion in Discon in Corp, NYX Corp. Their Discon in Corp was a New York corporation whose primary business was to provide removal services to telephone companies. Discon argued that the defendant, NYNEX, a holding company that controls subsidiaries MECO and NITEL, collectively, the NYNEX defendants conspired with AT&T and Technologies to eliminate Discon from the market removal service by defrauding the public. Discon had sued the NYNEX defendants for civil RICO, alleging that NYNEX Group, which consisted of NYNEX MECO and NITEL, were three separate corporate persons, that the conduct of the affairs of the NYNEX Group enterprise through a number of illegal predicate acts. The Second Circuit observed that the distinctiveness required could not be circumvented, but alleging a RICO enterprise that consists merely of a corporate defendant associated with its own employees or agents carrying on the regular affairs of the defendant. The Second Circuit stated that where employees of a corporation associate together to commit a pattern of predicated acts in the course of their employment and on behalf of the corporation, the employees in association associated with the corporation do not form an enterprise distinct from the corporation. That's a lot to eat, you guys. That's a lot. The court observed that, like the defendants in the Riverwood, NYMEX, and MECO and NITEL, operated within a unified corporate structure, and even though that they were legally separated entities, the relationship between NYNEX and MECO, I want to say that's MECO, and NITEL was not substantially different from that between the loan officers and Riverwoods in comparison to the bank. So in both cases, the individual defendants were acting within the scopes of a single corporate structure guided by single corporate consciousness. Finding no enterprise distinct from the person where the defendant bank is holding a company and three employees were not associated in any manner apart from the activities of the bank. Applying the rules of the foregoing cases, the government failed to prove an enterprise distinct from the defendant by alleging a RICO enterprise that consists of defendants and his own employees, agents carrying on his affairs, namely promoting his brand, his music, and his sexual needs. The government fails to satisfy the distinctness requirement. Put differently, because the government alleged that the defendant employees associated together for, I think this my sister might be calling me, you guys, but I'll call her back. Put differently, because the government alleged that the defendant employees associated together for no purpose other than to carry out the defendant's need, including his illegal sexual activity. The employees did not form an enterprise distinct from defendant. Defendant and the alleged enterprise were one in the same. We're on E. That was a long damn ringing ever. The government failed to prove that the so-called enterprise activities affected interstate commerce. To, sustain a conviction of racketeering, the government must offer proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the alleged racketeering activity affected interstate commerce. Can somebody put the difference of affected and effected? There's a difference between those two. AFFECT, if you can look it up and put it in there so that the people can know the difference, and the EFFECT. Similar, but has a little bit difference of the meanings with them. What up, Rusty? How are you? Section 1962 declares that it is illegal for any person employed by our associated with any enterprise engaged in, or the activities of which affect interstate or foreign commerce, to conduct or participate, directly or indirectly, in the conduct of such enterprise affairs through a pattern of racketeering activity. This provision anchors the act of Article 1 congressional power by incorporating and affecting interstate commerce requirement. Thank you, Ms. Brown. The United States Supreme Court has determined that an enterprise is engaged in commerce when it is directly engaged in the production of, distribution, or acquisition of goods or services in an interstate commerce. However, consistent with the liberal construction clause of the RICO Act, some courts have had that the RICO activity, racketeering activity of the enterprise need only have the minimum of effect. There's that effector word. Thank you, Keish. Very important. Effect on interstate commerce. This court instructed this jury consists with the view that the government need only prove that beyond a reasonable doubt that the enterprise had a minimum effect. Okay? Because people will read that effect and effect and get the context of what is being said right there, misconstrued. I just wanted to point that out, you guys. So, this court instructed this jury consistent with the view that the government need to only prove that beyond a reasonable doubt that the enterprise had a minimal effect on the interstate commerce. This court further instructed the juror that it is not necessary for the government to prove that the individual racketeering acts themselves affected interstate or foreign commerce. Rather, it is the enterprise and its activities considered in their entirety that must be shown to have had that effect. No source was provided for this specific statement of the law. Assuming the government was only required to prove that the enterprise had de minimis effect on interstate commerce, the government failed to establish that element by by proof beyond a reasonable doubt, because the existence of the enterprise in this case hinges on the specific activity of promoting defendant's illegal sexual activity rather than the promoting his music. The government was required to prove that those racketeering acts affected interstate commerce. Courts have held that to satisfy RICO, only the enterprise, not the predicate acts themselves, must affect interstate commerce. However, that is only where there a nexus between the objective of the enterprise and the charged racketeering activities. While the government may and did argue that the defendant activities centered around promoting and performing his music affected interstate commerce. Ooh, cha. The charged racketeering acts are untethered to those activities. The government cannot end run the affecting commerce requirement by claiming an economic purpose of the enterprise that has no connection to the charged racketeering activities. The government ability to prove an enterprise turns on its claim that the purpose of the enterprise was to promote defendants' illegal sexual activities and create pornography, albeit for his own personal use. Thus, the government does have to prove that those activities affected interstate commerce. The defendant's alleged conduct of engaging in sexual activities with young women under the age of 18, exposing adult women to herpes, and or videotaping his sexual activities with individuals under the age of 18 cannot be said to have any impact on interstate commerce. Indeed, the de minimis effect approached her amounts to an unconstitutional extension of Congress' commerce power and is contrary to RICO's distinctively economic legislative history. It is beyond debate that the legislative history and the congressional findings accompanying the act reflect Congress' prevailing concern with the negative economic impacts of criminal infiltration into legitimate businesses. Some scholars have argued that the eradicating criminal infiltration of legitimate business activities was the act's only purpose. That's the Gerald E. Lynch, the RICO, the crime of being a criminal. She found it from there. Admittedly, the Supreme Court in Turkey sanctioned the application of RICO to non-infiltration when it held that the RICO enterprise may be a wholly illegitimate organization. Scholars have observed that Turkey marked an expansion in RICO prosecution, affecting commerce requirement. She used 76 Fort Ham, written March 2008. D'Angelo writes. The first wave of expansion extended RICO in the areas of government and the corporation during the 1980s. Federal prosecutors used the RICO to prosecute corrupted corporate officers, state office officials, and judges. A second wave saw prosecutors use the RICO to prosecute violent gangs. Until the late 80s, murder was rarely prosecuted in federal court, but since then, federal prosecutors have used RICO to bring down murderous motorcycle gangs, white supremacist groups, and ethnic street gangs. Citations omitted. As D'Angelo points out, in most of the type of the cases, RICO's commerce requirement was easily satisfied. In all of those scenarios, an economic motive was driving the racketeering activities. In contrast, here the alleged enterprise in this case had the objective of ensuring that defendants' sexual desires were satisfied. There were no economic motive driving these activities. Letter F. We're on F. The government's proof did not establish a pattern of racketeering. So she stated that they did not establish the enterprise. Now she's moved on to how they are not establishing the pattern of racketeering. The government must also demonstrate a pattern of racketeering activity by proving, at a minimum, 2 predicated racketeering acts that occurred within 10 years of one another. Proof of 2 predicated acts is not sufficient to satisfy its burden of proof. The government must also show that the racketeering acts are related to each other and to the enterprise, and together pose a threat of continuing criminal activity. Predicated acts must bear a relationship to each other that manifests the continuity required to prove a pattern. Have any of you guys noticed a pattern of criminal activity from Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly out here, whether if it's been the last 10 years or have you seen something simultaneously? Do you see where there is a proof of two of these predicated acts of the government claiming that Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly involved himself in any racketeering? I don't know. RICO is inapplicable to perpetrators of isolated or sporadic criminal acts. Criminal conduct only forms a pattern of its embraces criminal acts that are related. Focusing on the relatedness requirement, the predicated crimes must be related both to each other, termed horizontal relation. Systems or methods of commission. Something is causing the channel to disconnect, so I have to stop talking and give it a minute to reconnect. Can I get a thumb up if you guys can hear me? Because just a second ago we were disconnected and now we're back. Can I get one thumb up in the chat room? Just one, just one. If I get to talking and I'm not connected, then we're going to miss the read. Can I? Just one. Then I'll continue. Okay, we on it. So when you see it, if it seems like it's disconnect, somebody give me a thumb down so that I can stop reading, okay? And then give me a thumbs up if I need to continue on. So thumb down to stop, thumb up to continue. Because every time when I look over is when I'll kind of catch it that, we're disconnected. So it's crazy. I don't know what's causing the disconnection, but it's doing it tonight. It didn't do it the other night, except maybe it did it one time. Where the enterprise in wait a minute, let me go back. We just went over what horizontal relatedness means, and it says that it has to have the similar purpose. Results in participant victims of methods of commission or otherwise are irrelated by distinguishing characters and are not isolated events. So, okay. I see it, Priscilla. Thank you. So, it says here that the relatedness shown by temporal proximity or common goals or similarity of methods or repetitions. Where the enterprise in question is not primarily in the business of racketeering activity, predicated acts must be related to each other in the kind for a RICO. Vertical relatedness requires only that the defendant was enabled to commit the offense solely because of his position in the enterprise of his involvement in or control over the enterprise affairs, or because the offense related to the activities of the enterprise. With regard to the continuity requirement, the government must present evidence regarding the timing and temporal scope of the alleged racketeering acts to demonstrate either close or open-ended continuity. Criminal activity that occurred over a long period of time in the past has close-in continuity, regardless of whether it may extend not the future. Close-ended continuity is primarily a temporal concept that requires that the predicated crimes extend over a substantial period of time. In contrast, criminal activity that by its nature projects into the future with the threat of repetition, possession, open-ended continuity, and that can be established in several ways. Some crimes may be by their very nature in future threat when the business of an enterprise is primarily unlawful. The continuity of the enterprise itself projects criminal activity into the future. Similarly, criminal activity is continuous when the predicated acts were the regular way of operating that business. I know, I was just worried about you, beauty. I was like, where is my beauty? Where is my beauty? The government failed to demonstrate a pattern of racketeering activity because it's offered insufficient evidence of most of the predicate acts in the charge acts. Number one, Racketeering Act 1, bribery. Jason, you still listening to all of this? I hope you are. This is the motion, Jason, that was written up that hopefully Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly can get up there to the appellate court and have this overturned without prejudice and come home. So I hope you're listening. The government failed to prove Racketeering Act 1 where insufficient evidence exists to prove that defendant caused Demetrius Smith to pay a public aid employee $500 to secure identification for Jane Doe number 1, known as Aaliyah. Despite blatant strong arming by the government, Smith's testimony was inconsistent. It was vague about whether the defendant was even present during any discussions about paying money to bribe someone off for the fraudulent identification. Smith consistently testifies that he discussed the prospect of bribing someone to obtain a fake identification with Daryl McDavid, R745. That's on, the transcript somewhere with Demetrius' testimony. Okay? That's where you'll find that. Smith did not obtain any money from the defendant and did not recall discussing it with him. Sorry, guys. Although he allowed that he might have. You'll find that 719 somewhere in the transcript with his own testimony. Whenever Smith failed to testify precisely as the government wanted, well, he was refreshed with his prior statement, not because he needed refreshing, but as a clear reminder that if he contradicted himself, he could be charged as a co-conspirator. Well, that type of bullying pervaded Smith's examination and suggested that Smith's testimony may have been pressured by the government. Somebody hashtag woo cha. After the subject matter had been discussed numerous times throughout Smith's testimony, the ASA asked the following on redirect. Question: when you spoke to the group, as you testified on direct examination, when you spoke to the group about acquiring a state ID from the welfare office, Aaliyah, for money, defendant was there, right? A. Answer: I'm pretty sure. I think so, but I'm not. I'm just not positive. Even if I said it before, I'm just not positive. I don't, I just don't see that in my head right now. Not satisfied with that answer, the author is what I'm going to call it, asks Smith again whether the defendant was present when there was any discussion about bribery. Well, despite his clear concern of facing legal repercussions for his testimony, Smith declared, I don't remember if Robert was there. If I said he was there before, I mean, I'm not changing that story to change the story. I'm just not going back, and I'm just trying. I don't see it in my head, Robert next to me. No rational juror could conclude that this less than convincing testimony provided proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant caused Smith to tender money to the public aid officer, even if the evidence showed that the defendant turned to Smith for assistance in facilitating his marriage to Aaliyah. The offense of bribery requires proof that the defendant at least knew of Smith's intent to bribe a public official and facilitated it in the bribery in some way. The record is devoid of evidence that the defendant knew how Smith obtained the identification of or facilitated Smith in obtaining the identification. As far as the defendant knew, Mr. Smith obtained the identification from a friend who worked in the public aid office. Without Smith's unequivocal testimony that the defendant was part of the planning process of obtaining the fraudulent identification, the evidence was insufficient to sustain the bribery offense. Furthermore, Racketeering Act 1 bribery lacks both vertical and horizontal relatedness, which we know she related that back to they have to have the effect, AFFECT, but what was the effect of it, EFFCT. Okay, that's just my opinion. But the effect and the effect is very important in the last chapters that we read, when she talks especially about having that vertical and the horizontal relatedness. You know? But let's keep going, because we just on 19 and we got a ways to go. It was an isolated offense having no connection to the other charge acts or to the purpose of the enterprise itself. Indeed, as discussed supra, the record simply fails to show that in 1994, keep in mind, Bookham came around in 1995. That's what he said. He said any enterprise existed that had a common purpose of facilitating defendants' sexual desire for minors. Smith testified at length that he had no idea that the defendant was involved in any type of sexual relationship with Aaliyah or any other young women. Smith was certainly part of the defendant's close circle of confidants. But the mere identification of a group of people who work for the defendant does not an enterprise make. Smith did not testify about any other conduct in which he engaged to advance the alleged purpose of the enterprise. Smith's conduct was nothing more than a singular event that bore no connection to the purpose of the enterprise, which did not exist in any event, and which bears no connections to the other racketeering acts. Furthermore, because the act did not occur within 10 years of any other predicated act that was sufficiently proven, the act is time barred. Racketeering Act 1 was not proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Racketeering Act 2, number 2, sexual exploitation of a child, AK, allegedly, they have, not allegedly, it's here. Stephanie. Good night, hon. Good night. I'll talk to you tomorrow. The government failed to prove Racketeering Act 2, that is, sexual exploitations of Stephanie, where it offered insufficient evidence that the defendant used, employed, persuaded, induced, or enticed Stephanie to take part in a sexual explicit conduct for the purpose of producing a visual depiction. Love you back. The government contends that on a single occasion prior to her 18th birthday, the defendant had sexual relations with Stephanie at his studio in Chicago, Illinois, and recorded the episode on a video camera. The government cannot produce the video or the camera on which it was allegedly recorded. Or to be clear, the defendant is alleged to have recorded a legal and seemingly consensual sex act under the law of the state of Illinois that was only a violation of 18 USC 2251 because Stephanie was not 18 years of age. I see you. I see you. I see you, Miss Brown Sugar. I see you. In case you guys don't know, that is Sarah, Miss Brown Sugar. So at the end of the commentary, Sarah is trying to start her channel. It's a little bit different. She's a little bit nervous. I am going to drop her link at the end of the reading here. And can you guys do me a favor and go over and give her a subscription? Let's see what Sarah got to bring to us differently. Okay, so I haven't forgotten about you. I haven't forgotten. I'll see if I can get some of the ladies, because they're so sweet, to come and give you a subscription so that you can gain you some people that will gravitate to you and help enjoy your show with you as well. I will do that. I have a problem with that. Or you can drop it in the chat. You can drop your link in the chat while I'm talking. You can drop it. They'll come give you a subscription. They will. Just drop it in the chat, girl. Drop it in the chat. She's nervous, you guys. She's nervous, so when she come over there, we just got to give her a chance. We got to get her out that camera shy. Thank you, love bug. She's going to give it a try, you guys. So she's got something different to bring to you guys. So I'm waiting. I'm excited. I'm going to be over there to see what she talk. And I want my wrench. We want our wrench. We want a wrench, girl. To demonstrate that the defendant committed sexual exploitations of a child pursuant to 18. It is not enough for Stephanie to simply allege that the defendant recorded sexual explicit conduct. Stephanie offered no testimony that proved that the defendant used, persuaded, induced, enticed, or coerced her into sexual explicit conduct. Stephanie had an ongoing sexual relationship with the defendant before the video recording incident and after the video recorded incident. Although she describes those sexual experiences in hindsight as humiliating, it does not follow the defendant did anything to persuade, induce, entice, or coerce her in the sexual activity that was recorded. In fact, Stephanie admits that the defendant called her on the phone and told her that he was picking her up and that he wanted to make a video of us having sex and that he would be there shortly. To which Stephanie responded, okay. Well, although Stephanie clearly regrets this decision, her own testimony shows that the defendant did not think, well, that doesn't make sense right there. It might be a typo. But tell her he did that the defendant did not, but tell her he wanted to videotape them having sex, and she agreed. The government must prove that the defendant did something more than just film the sexual explicit conduct. If the act of filming or recording alone was sufficient to sustain the charge, Congress would not have included a requirement that the defendant employ, persuaded, induce, entire, or coerce. That's Sarah Beauty. That's up under Miss Brown Sugar. She had to create her, she wanted to make her a YouTube name, so she went under Miss Brown Sugar. So that's Sarah. Furthermore, the government failed to prove that the defendant acted with the purpose of producing a visual depiction of that conduct. Although the juror was erroneously charged that the government could sustain the charge by proving that the purpose was transmitting a visual depiction. The statute requires something different. Indeed, producing is defined by the statute as producing, directing, manufacturing, issuing, publishing, or advertising. While the statute also prohibits the transmission of live visual dictation, defendant was not charged with transmitting a live visual dictation, and there is no evidence that he did. Wooch. Lastly, the parties' stipulation that the film used in VHS tapes was a type of film that was not produced in Illinois is insufficient to prove by reasonable doubt that the conduct was recorded on a device made in a foreign country or affected interstate commerce. Accordingly, the government failed to prove Racketeering Act 2 by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. You say that you suggest that we get out of this situation, that he vets who the hell he deals with. Oh, child, say it again. Number 3, Jason's gonna miss out on this. And you better not come in here tomorrow telling me, well, what happened to Geronda? Because he always want to ask. You always want to ask, what's going on with these people? Now I don't even see them in here, right? Anyone watching the case that was educated on the law and the Constitution would have questions. Yeah, they avoided this by keeping them out. Yep. Number 3, Racketeering Act 5, Mann Act violations. And this one happens to be about Geronda. The government failed to prove the Racketeering Act 5 where there was insufficient evidence that the defendant used a facility of interstate commerce to knowingly persuade, induce, entice, coerce Geronda to engage in sexual activity that violated Illinois law. And that, 2, the defendant knowingly committed the prohibited sexual activity. To obtain a conviction under 2422B, and this must be some type of law that's up under, a sanction that's under the Illinois statute somewhere. The government must show that the defendant used a facility of interstate commerce to knowingly persuade, induce, or entice any individual who is younger than 18 years old to engage in sexual activity of a criminal nature. United States versus Brand. First, the government did not prove that the defendant, Geronda, used the facility of interstate commerce to persuade Geronda to engage in aggravated criminal sexual abuse between May of 2009 and January of 2010. The defendant contends that purely intrastate use of cell phones does not constitute use of facility interstate commerce. There are limits on Congress' power to create federal criminal prohibition on traditionally state regulated spheres of non economic activity. But you need to see the United States versus Giordano on that one. Finding that the jurisdictional element of 2425 is satisfied by the intrastate use of a telephone capable of transmitting communicates between states. You back, Unique? Okay, thank you. Thanks for joining us. Even if purely intrastate use of cell phones constituted use of a facility of interstate commerce, the government's evidence that the defendant called Geronda on a telephone is not sufficient proof that he used the facility of the interstate commerce. A cell phone, according to the government, to knowingly induce, persuade, entice, or coerce Geronda to come to Olympia Fields to engage in prohibited sexual activity. The government provided no text exchanges showing that the defendant used any words to induce, persuade, entice, coerce, nor did Geronda testify that during any telephone conversations or any text messages did the defendant use words for the purpose of inducing, persuading, enticing, coercing. It's the way I keep saying that over and over. Inducing, persuading, enticing, coercing her to come to his home or the studios for prohibited sexual activities. Under the plain reading of the statute, there must be a nexus between the use of the cell phone and the words of the persuasion. There's no communications of Mr. Kelly said, hey, can you come here? I want to do so and there's nothing of her with the use of the nexus between both parties saying, hey, well, I'm on my way, Big Papa. What you got for me? You know, so and you know those type of communicating, words. Oh, I was about to say one of the words, but I'm not. For example, if the defendant called Geronda and invited her to a party at his home, then once there, he coerced her into prohibited sexual activity. That does not constitute a Mann Act violation. You say, Pap, how much more we got left to read? Because, woo, child, stuff going down. Stuff is going down right now. You could go watch it, boo. You could go watch it. I don't care what they're saying, It's probably, I don't care. You could go. We still got a ways to go, girl. Go. Go so you can bring us the tea back. Go bring us the tea, girl. Go get it. Go get it. So, but we still got a ways to go. Yeah, she's way at the back. Yeah, I'm at the back. So it says that the use of the cell phone for some unknown communication coupled with a subsequent prohibited sex act is not sufficient to establish the violation of 2422B. Lastly, if the defendant really believed that Geronda was 17 when they engaged in sexual activity and that the belief was reasonable, then he would not be guilty of aggravated criminal sexual abuse. Taking the evidence in in the light most favorable to the prosecution, no reasonable juror could conclude that the defendant knew that Geronda was 16 years old. Simply still here. Okay. That Geronda was 16 years old. So when they allegedly engaged in sexual activity between May 20, 2009 and January 2010, Geronda turned 17 years old in April of 2010. Government's Exhibit 70, which depicts a photo of Geronda, would fail to put any reasonable practice on notice that she was 16 years old rather than 17 years old. The record reflects that Geronda habitually lied about her age. When she was 15 years old, she befriended a woman, 23-year-old woman, with whom she would attend defendant's Illinois State Court appearance in 2008. You say, you say it's a hard pass. Go get the tea. Who channel is he going on? Presumably, by showing an identification. Wait a minute. To gain access to the court appearances, Geronda had to demonstrate that she was 18 years of age. So presumably by showing an identification after using her older connections to get invited to a party of the defendant's home in Olympic Fields. She sought out the defendant and falsely told him that she was 19 years old. To be clear, there is no evidence that the defendant sought out Geronda on his own channel. Okay. Geronda implausibly claims that after going through all the trouble of lying about her age to get closer to the defendant and pass his security team, that she decided to disclose her true age of 16. Immediately after their first sexual encounter, Geronda claims that the defendant was indifferent to her age and continued to engage in sexual relations with her until January 2010. The government evidence fails painfully short of proving that the defendant did not reasonably believe that Geronda was 17 years old at the time of their alleged sexual activities. The government recovered a copy of Geronda's fake ID and birth certificate in a storage facility purportedly belonging to the defendant, rather than reach the obvious conclusion that Geronda provided a fake ID to the defendant's security team to gain access to the home. The government alleges that the defendant or someone in his circle went through the trouble of altering her ID and photocopying it. No rational juror could conclude that the defendant engaged in sexual activities with Geronda with the understanding that she was not of legal consenting age. Geronda number 4, Racketeering Act 6 on the forced labor. No rational juror could conclude based on the evidence adduced at trial that the defendant knowingly obtained or agreed to obtain any labor or services from Geronda on January 23, 2010. So a conviction of forced labor under 18 U.S.C. 1589, it requires the government to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant obtained, number one, that the defendant obtained the labor or services of another person. 2, through inter alia, threats of serious harms. 3, the defendant act knowingly. United States versus Marcus, the language by means of contained in the force of labor statute. It requires the government to establish a causal link between the labor and services provided by the person and the threat of serious harm. Hey, Lady Diva. Hello. She goes on by saying that any harm, whether physical or non physical, including psychological, financial, or reputational harm, that is sufficiently serious under all the surrounding circumstances to compel a reasonable person of the same background and the same circumstances to perform or to continue to performing labor or service in order to avoid incurring that harm. Section 1589 is intended to address serious trafficking or cases where traffickers threatening harm to third person, restrain their victims without physical violence or injury. Now, when she speaks of that, and I always talk about it, you guys, I think that using the Ohio case, where the three Caucasian or white women was trapped in that basement by that white man, but he didn't, he showed how he was doing. The women was telling you how that there was treated physical harm. He tied them up. There was duct tape. There was stitching cords. They was locked in the basement when when the black man went to and heard them knocking and stuff, and they escaped on up out of there or whatever. Now that would be an example of serious trafficking. Like she says, or a case where traffickers they threaten harm to third persons, restrain their victims without the physical violence. And he didn't keep up a lot of physical violence, the guy in Ohio, because he didn't want to draw the attention from outside. You got to keep in mind, you can kind of hear what was outside, and I'm sure if he'd have kept up that type of behavior, that the outside would have heard him, do all of these crazy things. But yet then he would, he was tying them up and all of that stuff. So there was evidence on that guy's part over in Ohio. The harm or threat of harm, considered from the vantage point of a reasonable person in a place of the victims, must be sufficiently serious to compel that person to remain in her condition of servitude when she's otherwise would have left. You say them lazy. they was too lazy to do some labor. Part of a fair reading of statutory text is recognizing that Congress legislate against the backdrop of certain unexpressed presumptions. Section 1589, the forced labor statute was passed to implement the 13th Amendment, prohibition against slavery or involuntary servitude. Congress intended to reach cases in which persons are held in conditions of servitude through nonviolent coercion. Okay? Yeah. They tried to push through this narrative without presenting any evidence of a black eye, broken arm, doctor's reports, bruises on the back. They didn't have any of that to back up their argument about this forced labor, with these, well, we'll just stick to who she's speaking about, and that is Geronda, right? Yeah, she's doing Geronda. So where is all of this protruding evidence that they claim that they had, or allegedly claimed that they can show, of all of the forced labor? Because forced labor, and then with them being, with Geronda leaving out, getting the shoes from the uncle and stuff, and if she had a broken arm or something, why wasn't that recorded? If you had a black eye and a busted jaw, did he knock your teeth? Why? Where's the pictures and things of this forced labor, of what she claimed Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly was doing? As as close as in my opinion as I can get it. Part of a fair reading of statutory text is recognizing that the Congress redid that the forced labor statute was passed to implement the 13th Amendment, which is the prohibition against slavery or involuntary servitude. Congress intended to reach cases in which persons are held in a condition of servitude through non-violent coercion, as well as through physical or legal coercion. According to the government, on an isolated date. It's like, okay, we isolated date. It's like the government just, allowed Geronda Pace them to just throw this date out there, right? So meaning that we don't know if this is an accurate date or not. It's isolated. Okay, let's use the isolated date. That was a good choice of words. And that was okay, Jennifer Bonjean. I was like, yeah, well, she don't know. We don't know what the real date is, so we got to use whatever the hell she proclaimed the date was. But it's isolated to us. We don't know. Defendant violated the forced labor statute by using threats of violence to obtain labor, an act of oral sex from Geronda. The forced labor statute was not intended to reach isolated conduct like that described by Geronda. Accepting the government's evidence in its best light, well, Geronda described an isolated incident in which the defendant allegedly assaulted her because he was angry that she was on her phone and did not properly acknowledge him when he entered the room. Geronda claimed that the defendant slapped and choked her because he didn't believe that I was texting a friend and he got mad about it. Geronda testified that after the purported assault, she sat down with the defendant in the VIP room and he instructed her to perform oral sex on him. Geronda complied with the instructions. Geronda did testify that the defendant threatened her, forced her, and even demanded that she gives him oral sex. But Geronda did not claim that she feared the defendant would assault her again if she declined the request. Geronda then left the defendant's home and never came back. The government did establish a casual link between the isolated act of oral sex and any threat of violence. Any physical violence that occurred during that episode in January 2010 preceded Geronda providing oral sex to the defendant. Geronda's testimony simply does not lead to the reasonable inference that she gave the defendant oral sex because she feared physical violence. Geronda did not claim that the defendant used any words suggesting that she would suffer an assault if she did not provide him with oral sex, nor did she claim that she feared another assault if she refused his request for oral sex. Geronda did not testify that she did not want to give the defendant oral sex. As troubling as Geronda's story may be, the government still must prove the elements of the crime of forced labor by proof beyond reasonable doubt. It would not have taken much for Geronda to make the casual link between the act of oral sex and her fear of assault by the defendant, but she simply did not provide that testimony. Absent clear expression of congressional intent, courts should resist the urge to transform the forced labor statute to cover the circumstances alleged in Racketeering Act 6, which bear virtually no resemblance to those paradigmatic forced labors caused and their victims. There you go, Jason. You still on it. Okay. I want you to come back tomorrow asking, well, what's going on with Geronda? You always asking about Geronda. Well, here you go. Describing prostitution, forced sweatshop work, and forced domestic service in paradigmatic forced labor cases. Geronda came and went. as she pleased. Even if the defendant prohibited her from wandering his property at will, defendant did it. The defendant did not force Geronda in a condition of servitude through threats of physical force and an isolated example of oral sex with an alleged abusive act. It's just not forced labor. Geronda. Number 5, a racketeering act of sexual exploitation of a child. I gotta take a drink, you guys. Oh, I'm gonna run out. The government failed to prove that. I'm up front. Sorry, you guys. The government failed to prove Racketeering Act 7, that is sexual exploitation of Geronda. Well, according to Geronda, during her 6-month relationship with the defendant, well, he recorded her on a Canon video camera and on an iPhone. The government produced no images or metadata corroborating this claim. Rather, the government contends that the evidence that the defendant owned a Canon video camera and had an iPhone that had the ability to video is sufficient evidence to establish the elements of the offense. The government had failed to prove that the defendant used, employed, persuaded, induced, or enticed Geronda to take part in sexual explicit conduct for the purpose of producing a visual depiction. Well, to demonstrate the defendant committed sexual exploitation of a child pursuant to 18 U.S.C. 2251A, it is not enough for Geronda to simply allege that the defendant recorded sexual explicit conduct. Geronda's testimony, it was insufficient to prove that the defendant used, persuaded, induced, enticed, or coerced her into sexual explicit conduct. According to Geronda, well, she had an ongoing relationship with the defendant before defendant allegedly video recorded her. A relationship that the defendant would have no reason to believe was prohibited since Geronda misrepresented her age. Although Geronda describes those sexual experiences in hindsight as humiliating, it does not follow that the defendant did anything to persuade, induce, entice, coerce her into sexual activity that was recorded. So the government must prove that the defendant did something more than just film the sexual explicit conduct. Well, if the act of filming or recording alone was sufficient to sustain the charge, well, Congress would not have included a requirement that the defendant employ, persuade, induce, entice, or coerce. Furthermore, the government failed to prove that the defendant acted with a purpose of producing a visual depiction of that conduct. She's showing them that what the women are alleging about with the video recording and all that stuff, that there is no repetitious behavior, you know what I mean, of putting the, like marketing, like this isn't a crime. I'm not marketing these things. I don't have all of this stuff out on at the stores or yeah, that type of stuff. Although the juror was erroneously charged that the government could sustain the charge by proving that the purpose was transmitting a visual depiction. So the statute requires something different indeed. Producing is defined by the statute as producing, directing, manufacturing, issuing, publishing, or advertisement, and none of that stuff happened. Hey, I'm Trevor. How are you? None of that happened. While the statute also prohibits the transmission of live visual depictions, the defendant was not charged with transmitting a live visual depiction, and there is no evidence that he did. Lastly, the government's affecting interstate commerce evidence was insufficient, where it could not establish what device, if any, was used to make these recordings. Here is Jane, racketeering number 8, Mann Act violations. The government failed to prove that the defendant committed Mann Act violations in connections with his sexual activity with Jane on or about April 28, 2015 and May 1st, 2015 in the state of California. Well, Jan, she was 17 years old in May of 2015. So she concedes that she misrepresented her age to the defendant when she met him and kept her true age a secret until fall of 2015. But after meeting defendant in Orlando, Florida in April of 2015, well, Jan, she traveled to meet him in California at the end of April 2015. So the government charged the defendant with 2 Mann Act violations in connections with this trip, alleging first that the defendant violated 18 U.S.C. 2421. Preliminarily, the government's use of the Mann Act under the present set of facts is unprecedented and unjustified. A, it provides that whoever knowingly transports any individual in interstate or foreign commerce or in any territory or possession of the United States with intent to such individual engaged in prostitution. Ain't it damn? She said you had to, you did a pull over. You was vroom and then you had to go, oh, stop it, hit the brakes. So, where were we? With intent that such individual engaged in prostitution or any sexual activity for which any person can be charged with a criminal offense or attempts to do so shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 10 years, or both. The government contended that defendant arranged for Jan to travel to California. This is what the government contended. With the intent of willfully exposing her to a contagious, infectious, or communicable disease in violation of California Health and Safety Code 120290. I'm just wondering how many times did Allred go over this violation of the health safety code, because I'm trying to understand how is it that attorney Jennifer Bonjean is able to talk about it or find some discrepancies of what the alleged Jane had to say, about this traveling. I'm just trying to understand that. You got two attorneys. Now. You got the health and safety code up there. Did somebody miss a chapter, or did somebody just decide, what? Hell with that damn safety code publications. Come on with this case, Jan. We gonna run nigga. I love me some money. I'm just asking you guys. I'm just asking. The government failed to prove the Mann Act violations under 2421, where it offered insufficient evidence that the defendant, 1, transported Jan with the intent of exposing her to herpes, and 2, committed a violation of California Health and Safety Code by proof of reasonable doubt. You said, damn, you reading just what they over there like. Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. I, the intent. Because there is no link connecting defendant's transportation of Jan with an intent to expose her to herpes, the defendant cannot be found guilty of a Mann Act violation. The Ninth and the Tenth Circuit Courts of Appeals have held that to establish the intent requirement of the Mann Act violations, the government must prove that the illegal sexual activity is dominant and sufficient. And I don't know how they gonna do that. When she sat out here and said, that's my man, that's my man, that's my man. She said that she voluntarily went over there to travel to beat him because he was in concert. Oh, she did. So did they approve under a reasonable doubt that the relationship between Jan and defendant was illegal sexual activity, dominant, significant, or motivating purposes behind the transportation? She said she's got, she done cite one case log, two case log, three case log. Damn, she hit him with three case logs on that, y'all. She had one bag up the other and the other one bagged up the other. I'm just saying. Similarly, the Third Circuit approved that the district court's jury instructions that stated, let me see what it stated. It is not necessarily for the government to prove that the illegal sexual activity was the sole purpose for the transportation. A person may have several different purposes or motives for such travel, and each may prompt in varying degrees of the act of making the journey. Can you guys put in the chat room what was one of her acts for making the journey? Was it an act because, oh, that's my boyfriend, I just wanted to see him and he's in concert, I haven't seen him, I just want to go meet with him? Or did she make the journey to come out here with the intent of blasting or accusing the defendant of giving her herpes? Which one was it? Was it one or was it two? Was it one or was it number two? Because they didn't work out. Because it didn't work out. The government must prove beyond a reasonable doubt, however, that a significant or motivating purpose of the traveling across the state or foreign boundaries was to have the individual transported to engage in illegal sexual activity. In other words, the illegal sexual activity must have not been merely an incident for the trip. You feel? You feel me? And I could have sworn I kept hearing Aria say something about, she traveled for, with the intent of, da 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 da. But yet then her whole solely story was about, I traveled, we did this, he did so and so, I came back, I had herpes. So, let's move on. Let's move on. It says that intent requirements under 18 USC and held that in determining whether a dominant purpose exists, we instead ask whether the illicit behavior is one of the efficient and compelling purposes of the travel. Interpreting the dominant purpose standard to merely significant or compelling or efficient. Holding that to prove the intent elements under 2423, the illicit behavior must be one of the purposes motivating the interstate transportation. I agree with you on that one, Native. The Second Circuit does not seem to have answered the intent question, but whether this court applies a true dominant purposes standard or merely a significant or motivating purpose standard. The result is the same. The defendant alleged violation of a California health law prohibiting him from exposing a partner to herpes was incidental to the trip. There is no proof in this record that demonstrates that defendant's motivating purpose in transporting Jane to California was to expose her to herpes. In fact, the government cannot even show that the motivating purpose of the trip had anything to do with Jan, as Jan herself testified, when asked, question. And while you were 17, did you take additional trips to California with the defendant? Yes, I did. Question. Well, do you remember when you traveled? Where you traveled to? I do not. Well, do you remember what the purpose of your travel was for? Well, he had shows. So, in short, no rational juror could find that the government proved that the defendant's intent to transport Jan to California was infected with herpes. She wanted to go to the concert. Number two, because here's the violation of the California Health Safety Code 12029. Second, the government did not prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed a violation of the California Health and Safety Code because the government charged the defendant with a repealed version of the statute, no longer in effect. What? They charged the defendant with a repealed version of a statute that is no longer in effect, meaning to me don't exist. Don't exist. Now wouldn't they have known that? Whoever didn't look that up as part of the team, they need to be fired. Defendant notified the court that the juror instructions did not reflect the elements of California Health and Safety Code. The defendant acknowledged as much but argued that it charged the defendant under the statute that was in effect in 2015. The government had no authority to charge the defendant with a statute that was repealed or inoperative at the time of the prosecution. Who gives them that darn authority? Who said that they can try to resuscitate a goddamn? They try. They tried to resuscitate something that done died, y'all. It died. Poo-poo. We need this. We need this goddamn law. We need this one. Poo-poo doesn't exist. Get it out of here. Inoperative. DOA. Time out, y'all. Time out. Lord have mercy. I gotta laugh at that one, though. Jennifer Bonjean said, the fuck? That shit wasn't had no validity to it. That shit wasn't operative. Dead. It died. How dare you try to abuse something that we done buried out here a long time ago? Oh my. I don't know why I find that funny. Oh, jeez, that was a killer there. That was a killer, y'all. Lord have mercy. They tried to bring back a Walking Dead. The Walking Dead, they tried to bring it back, y'all. They had no authority. They had no goddamn authority to charge this defendant with a statute. The statue died. It died, y'all. Couldn't be resuscitated. And they tried to resuscitate it. They did. It died. That was repealed or inoperative at the time. At the time of the prosecution. Good child. Whoa, child. Whoa, child. Let's continue. in case a statute is repealed or rendered, Code 10, inoperative, no further proceedings can be held to enforce it in pending prosecutions unless competent authorities has kept the statute alive for that purpose. So this statute, they tried to give this statute some oxygen, y'all. Ooh, child, get the defibrillator. We need it. We need that. We need that statute. Oh my God. Woo, child. Woo, child. That was crazy. That was, y'all, I felt them words. That section right there all needed to be in caps. I ain't lying, because caps will show where you're mad. All caps mean you mad. And that right there, in my Boosie badass voice, you mad. she done pissed the whole goddamn the chain of command for producing statute, and it done died, and she mad at this goddamn prosecutors for going over there getting that empty ass oxygen tank trying to bring it back to life. This is what we not gonna do. We not gonna do this. We ain't having this today. Not today. Put that statue back where you got it from, in the grave. That's what she said. That's basically what she was telling them. Let's move on, because in 2015, the 1/20/290 statute of the California Health and Safety Code provides, except in provided in section 120291, or in the case of the removal of an afflicted person in a manner of at least dangerous to the public health. Any person afflicted with any contagious, infectious, or communicable disease who willfully exposes herself to himself or herself to another person, and any person who willfully exposes another person afflicted with the disease to someone else is guilty of a misdemeanor. So it must have changed. The California Health and Safety Code statute 12029 seems to be where it has possibly been amended, where it has to address this type of issues dealing with contagious and infectious and communicable diseases, on whether it is exposing between him or a her, that, you know what, if you're going to charge him with such a crime, that you do not take it within the miscarriage of justice and use this to your advantage to execute the accuser, which we know is the as the accuser, the defendant is being accused, right? And try to put a goddamn noose around his neck. If you're gonna say that he's guilty about it, then guess what? You better come in with it being charged as a misdemeanor. Womp, 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 womp. Let's move on. The statute was overhauled. They used it as a overkill entirely in 2018. It was overhauled 2018 after the California legislature determined that it was antiquated, having been passed during an era of discrimination toward those afflicted with HIV. The current statute bears little to no resemblance to the repealed 2015 version, least of all because it now requires a showing of specific intent to transmit this disease. Although repeal or inoperative. The government proposed a juror instruct the attempt to reflect the elements of the 2015 statute. In other words, they proposed that the juror, they look at this like this goddamn statute has been resuscitated. We're using it today. I don't give a fuck what y'all say. You will honor and obey this 2015 statute. It's alive today. And we're using it today. Pay no attention to that other shit. We know it's dead, but we need to push it through today. Apparently, recognizing that the 2015 statute was unconstitutionally vague in any event. The government to the shoes of the legislator. Woo, child. She said the government was up in there rewriting the rules as they was going along with the show, girl. Hold on. What does statute say? Oh, damn, that's expired. Okay, we're gonna change this shit up right quick. We author. She said that the government came in acting as if that they were the legislator, and rewrote the goddamn statute, y'all, to save it from a constitutional challenge. But who stepped up and challenged it? Let me see if y'all got the right answer. Hashtag her name in the chat room, y'all. Cause Jennifer Bonjean was like, "Oh no, baby, I'm coming forth to throw in my constitutional challenge skills against y'all. Now, who want to challenge me? Cause I know the Constitution, but look like you guys done fucked up now. I'm just saying, y'all. I had to have some fun. That shit was fun. That shit was good. Thus, the government not only charged the defendant with a repeal statute, but rewrote it in clear violations of various constitution provisions, y'all. Good Lord. Including the separations of the power clause and principles of comity. Defendant's juror was instructed pursuant to the statute that it never existed. A California court has no authority to rewrite a California statute, and neither does a district court sitting in New York. Now, if that ain't finger point, Jennifer Bonjean, come on now. You know you put your finger in their nose, and neither does you, New York. I said that. Who gon' check me? This is what you not gonna do. Ooh, child. She literally put her finger in their nose, y'all. What y'all doing over there? Something don't smell right. I remember that goddamn statute. Because I just ran a case about this when I had to go up there and put my defense shoes on for Mr. Bill Cosby. Now you people nose brown and down here trying to use a dead statue. What's wrong with you? You can't rewrite this shit in New York. Oh, child. Even if the government had the authority to charge the defendant under 2015 version of 12290 of the California Health and Safety Code, the statute does not pass constitutional muster. Most obviously, the statute is void for vagueness both on its face and as applied to the defendant. The doctrine of the vagueness guards against arbitrary or discriminatory law. Enforcement by insisting that a statute provides standards to govern the action of police officers, prosecutors, jurors, and judges. She ain't leave that damn word out, y'all. She put that judge word up in there, did she? Meaning that this is gonna apply to you too. This is gonna apply to you. Cause what you will not do with her last motion, that paperwork that was denied, what you will not do is show Despair treatment. You will not sit here and tell me that it was okay to allow 165, I'm close to the number, pages out for the juror or for you to read and them to read, but then I come through here with a 56 page and you want to deny that? Sounds like despair treatment to me. This is what we not gonna do. To sum up the paperwork of what her, motion was. That was a total despair treatment rebuttal back to Judge Donnelly. Definitely was slap in the face. This is no. You know you are doing a despair treatment by pulling that darn individual purpose of 4.C out your ass about how you feel, because you in your feelings, because you don't want me to continue on and do my job the way I'm taught to do it, trained to do it, expertising to do it. So let's move on. As written in 2015, laws failed to provide. I saw lovable, lovable. Hi, sweetheart. Hello. Um, I need to check to see if I think I might have blocked Muddy, you guys. And I don't know. I'm not on the screen to unblock her. And I don't know if you guys can get back there to see if she's blocked or not. I accidentally did something on the other live. Diseases are notice of what amounts to criminal conduct, including communicable diseases that are not sexually transmitted. By way of an example, nearly 50% of the population has herpes simplex 1, a communicable disease. Under this 2015 statute, anyone with herpes simplex 1, also known as cold sores, who kisses another person without disclosing that they have herpes simplex 1 is guilty of a misdemeanor. Even if the afflicted person has no active infection outbreak, does not pass the disease along to the recipient of the kiss, under this statute, parents with herpes simplex 1, again 50% of the population, would be prohibited from kissing their own children. One cannot imagine how many arbitrary prosecutors could take place in this current era of a pandemic if this law was in effect today. Even if the elements of the statute were, as the government alleged, insufficient evidence existed to sustain the charge, the government did not prove that the defendant was contagious, infected, or had the capacity to transmit herpes during the sexual encounter he had with Jan in May 2015. Additionally, the government cannot even show that the defendant acted willfully with knowledge of the consequences. Presumably, the government assumes that the consequences is transmitting the disease to the person exposed. But effective treatments exist for herpes that significantly reduce outbreaks and the likelihood of transmission if the defendant was consistently taking Valtrex in April 2015. It cannot be said that he willfully exposed Jan with knowledgeable of the consequences, particularly since Jan was not infected with herpes in 2015. This Racketeering Act cannot be sustained, where it was based on a repealed law, was rewritten, and was facially unconstitutionally in any event. Unconstitutional in any event. Anybody need a break? Y'all need a break or you? Let's keep it rolling. We are now going past, we're on page 34. We got to get to 63. Need a break or keep it going? Y for yes, for need a break. N for no. You don't need a break. Doom, doo, doo, doo. What y'all want to do? It's 10 o'clock. I'm in the bed by 12. What we gonna do? What we gonna do? What we gonna do? Huh? I'm out of iced tea. No, yes, 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 no, yes. Is the screen up? Why y'all didn't tell me that y'all couldn't see the screen? I didn't know that the screen wasn't up. Y'all didn't say anything. I think when it got disconnected, it jumped off. Let me get it back up here. Sorry, you guys. I did not know that. Nobody said anything. Y'all just listening to me read. I guess the reading must be okay. So we'll see. I guess the reading must be okay. B. Keep it rolling. Racketeering Act 8B, coercion or enticement. The government alternatively argues that the defendant is guilty of the Mann Act. Yeah, I really didn't want to stop reading Trevor because I promised him that I was going to finish it tonight. I have to take a vote in the chat room right quick. Do you guys want to watch a little bit of the Tim Savages? Do you guys want me to keep going? I'm going to take a vote on it, Trav. Mods, what you guys want to do? Do do you guys want me to click the link and you want to watch it? What do you guys want to do? What do you want to do? I don't. It's up to you guys. It's up to you all. I'm waiting on the chat and see what the mods want to do. Do you guys put a one in there if you guys want to watch what Tim Savages have to say and we take a break from reading? Or what do you guys want to do? Two in the chat for no. Keep going. He's going in on the Clarys. What do y'all want to do? What do y'all want to do? What do y'all want to do? Let me stop this sharing for a second. Hold on. Waiting on the chat. It's day night tonight. Click the link. Click the link. Everybody want to watch the link? Nope. It's up to you guys. It's up to you. Harlem Beauty. Just put me a one in the chat. Click the link. Everybody else. Oh, let me see if I can get it up. Okay. Let's take a break. I'm going to click it, put it on. I'm going to get me some more iced tea. So hold on a second. I got to try to get it up. So is
people invite me on their platforms and have me say some things and do some things, but at the end of the day, they try to interrupt and just don't have things right. So we're gonna sit here and have a good time. You know, me and Frank Sinatra and my lovely wife. She's the what you call the coordinator. The oh Lord. Oh yeah. No pressure. No pressure at all. So let's what's up? What y'all want to chat about? Somebody said they want I put somebody on Instagram said they want to talk about credit. Let's talk about credit. What you want to know about credit? Let's talk about that. Let's 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 talk about credit. Come on. If y'all want to talk about that, let's talk about that. Put what you want to talk about in the chat. I don't care what it is. Let's talk about it. Glad you going back live. Yes, I'm glad myself, y'all. How you been doing? I've been doing well. How about you? Been doing all right. Uh, how and when did you do the interview? You know what? It was a friend girl of me and Jondulan's that asked me to go on somebody's show. Did you see the we got to be stand up people, but I did see the messages and hope to God that they're not true, but they are, circumstances goes as planned. All right, what's the next question? Jocelyn, uh, have you heard from Jocelyn? No, ma'am, I have not heard from Jocelyn lately. I would love to talk to her. I miss my baby girl a lot, more than enough. She's a wonderful joy. That's why we called her Jocelyn. She was a joyful child. What part do you feel playing in the whole thing? And what part of do you feel you playing in this whole thing? What is that? Oh, arcade situation. Well, that's somebody at the door. I think that's how it's done. Okay. Well, let me explain to you like this. This is what happened with the R. Kelly situation. Let's talk a little bit about that. I want to talk a little bit about that. Jocelyn, man, that doorbell is loud. She at the front door. Hold on for a minute. Lately, when you was last talking, what do you think any responsibility at all? Of course, I take responsibility for this, man. Let me tell you something. My daughter went to a concert, and at the end of the day, my youngest daughter with my middle daughter and Jocelyn went there, and my daughter they came back and told me some things uh, about the situation. So yeah, I take responsibility for some things. Yes, I would be a father if I didn't. We all have a part to play in this that wasn't right. We all do. Now, heard that yet. So I want to hear that from him. Do he take responsibility for the things that he's done? Because that's the reason why he's locked up today. People want to know, do you take responsibility for your actions, Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly? And you know what?
I'm getting it lately. A little bad vibes. I'm seeing it lately. All the time.
I am going back to the motion as soon as I turn this crap on.
Oh, y'all talking about Ashanti? Y'all really?
Okay, done with that. You know why? Hold on, let me find it. Okay, so that's gone. Welcome back, people. Welcome back. I think he just wanted to keep us in the loop of what's going on, but oh, hold on. Get this echo off. Okay, there we go. So, can y'all hear me? Yeah, I turned the music up for a reason, Tori. Then when I got upstairs, it connected to my headphones. So sorry about that, you guys. Let me tell you why. You know, at some point I get it. They may be important because everybody, you know, wants to know what's going on or whatever with Joy. But I guess my concern, you know, with this is that um um you know, she's just not in the write-ups right now. So you know, it is what it is. But um yeah, he dropped the link. If you guys got the link, and let me get this back on. Yeah, you guys can go and watch it if you want to. Me, I don't know, it just never does. I don't know, not them. They just not important. If they were in the write-ups and stuff, and you know, and Joy was in these paperworks and things like that, maybe. But I just don't have. Oh shit, where is it? Okay, there we go. I don't have any interest. So in the meantime, between time, I did grab my what up, Lysol. What up? What up? Oh, I don't know. You know, I don't know. Right now, the fight is. You're welcome, lady. The fight now is about making sure. The focal point right now is making sure that after she returns from her leave of absence, Jennifer Bonjean, the attorney of Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly, and waiting for the response for the motion granted to accede to the appeal court. That's kind of where my head is at, you guys. That's all, you know. So we just kind of peeped in on it for a little bit to see what's what, but I don't know. I'm not, you know, too, I don't want to see anybody collecting money off of pain, because there is pain all the way around the board with this whole debacle. There's pain about it and stuff. So we're never going to understand why the daughter doesn't want to go back. Nobody knows where she is, allegedly, and she's not in the right. So I don't know. You know, I don't know. I'm not going to speculate on what's going to happen in Chicago. I'm not going to condone whether if you know, she's sticking by Mr. Kelly's side right now. Have to worry about that when he gets released, or you know, and if that's who he chooses to pick up with his life with, then so freaking be it. You know, so it doesn't really interest me that much. I don't think the Savages have ever kind of interest me after learning the separation of the parents and their daughter. And I sat there and I watched him play her personal life out on screen to everybody, recording her and things like that. So I don't know. I don't know. It's surprising though, but I get it. Everybody wants to know. Everybody wants to know. Maybe when I'm at work tomorrow, I might, you know, click on it and get the, you know, caught up on what they were saying. But right now, I really want to finish this, and I hope that you guys are okay with that. So, and if you're not, you just click the link and go ahead and go over it, and I understand. So we left off at B of racketeering Act 8B, the coercion or the coercion or enticement. Well, he is at the top, yeah, and I agree. You better not leave. Don't you leave. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. So, let me finish eating this because it's so delicious, y'all. They so delicious. I'm eating on screen. Mm. My etiquette skills, you guys. Oh, God. This is going to kill me and everybody. mm. And I got my refill, some iced tea. Now, this should hold me to the last 20, what do you have? 20, we on 34, right? Mm-mm. I came on a vibe with you guys and finished reading what I said that I was going to read. And since I took the day off, I'm going to squeeze it all in. It's 10:22. I want to be in the bed by 12, no later than 12:30. So, the government alternatively argues that the defendant is guilty of Mann Act, stemming from his April trip to California, because the defendant normally persuaded, induced, enticed, or coerced Jan to travel to California. You petition that to take those. If you touch them twistlers, girl, it's gonna be me and you. Oh, girl, look, I'm telling you, when I touch my girl, it's gonna be a problem. We gonna have problem, girl. It's an addiction. I'm telling you, I have an addiction. I do. I'm sorry, y'all. I have an addiction. I do. I like more chewy and or hard candy than I do chocolate. So, better not touch it. I'm finding a T-shirt that got the Twistler logo. Say I am a Twistler supervisor. I was gonna say another word. Okay, I'm all done. Just gonna eat those two and that's that. Jan to travel to California. So insufficient evidence exists to prove that the defendant took any actions to induce, persuade, entice, or coerce Jan into traveling to California in April, May of 2015. So quite the opposite. The record shows that Jan's mother purposefully, strategically enticed defendant with her 17-year-old daughter, comparing her to Aaliyah at various points. GX 233. The government takes the great umbrage to this characterization, but the record speaks for itself. This sounds like it's about to get good. You like the sour laters with the dill pickle? I think we all ate dill pickles with the peppermint in it. How many of y'all have had those when you was in high school or something? You buy the big picker, shove down that darn peppermint, and woo, child, you talking about used to be so good. And then they come out. I don't know how many of you guys also fell for that theory. If you have had children where you just ate pickles. I think it was the salt intake of it. But how many of you guys went through that trend of life, that part? Because I used to tear them up, oh, I need a pickle, all this craving stuff. Where, it's a psychological thing, but you eat something or whatever, you're able to hold it down while you're pregnant and stuff. It sounds nasty. The pickle does? Oh, no, girl. I'm going to have to rock with Tori on that. Some sour now laters or a peppermint down in that dill pickle, girl. It'd be fine. But it's crazy, because we've trained ourselves to if we eat something and because we keep it down, you're not nauseous with it or whatever. It's like every day, and then you yelling at your husband or your significant other or whatever. Go, go get me this. I got to have this. I'm craving for this. It's crazy. How crazy would it be for other parents to go to jail and Tim still out here trying to strike a million? Yeah, I just don't want to hear where someone is calling Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly, all of these derogatory the derogatory names. I don't really care to hear it, and it's because Mr. Robert Kelly just happens to be someone that I support. So I don't want to hear you say all of these things about him. I just don't. I don't care to hear it. You say you only wanted pineapple. See what I mean? Rita said she had pickles and pizza. It was pickles and pizza. Pickle pig feet. Oh, that's disgusting. You go to the store and you see them things swimming around in the jar. Girl, I don't want that. And of course, they look odd. They're very oddly looking, beauty. Ooh, it looked like a jar of 2-inch peckers to me. It's like, I ain't touching that. Let's continue, guys, because we got to get through this. The government takes great umbrage to this characterization, but the record speaks for itself. Pickle pig feet. Ugh. Although, would you put hot sauce all on there? Although the defense counsel did not make much use out of it. Government's Exhibit 233 offers powerful evidence showing that the defendant had no reason to induce, persuade, entice, or coerce Jan into going to California with him. Text messages introduced by the government show that Jan, with the guidance of her mother, enticed the defendant, who reasonably believed Jan was 18 years old, to bring her to California. In short, when Jan traveled to meet the defendant in California in April through May, she required no enticement, persuasion, or encouragement of any kind. On April 2015, Jan had attended one of the defendant's concerts in Orlando, Florida. After the show, someone provided Jan with the defendant's phone number. So Jan attempted to text the number on the phone and gave the paper to her mother. Although Jan did not reach the defendant, Jan's mother began texting the defendant posing as a 17-year-old daughter. So Jan eventually communicated directly with the defendant via FaceTime and told the defendant that she was 18 years of age. But on April 20, 2015, Jan's mother, who was still posing as Jan, initiated text messages with the defendant. So she arranged for Jan to meet the defendant at a hotel in Orlando. The government's Exhibit 233, well, it shows that Jan and her mother knew from the start that the defendant was interested in Jan sexually, believing that she was of legally consenting age. But before Jan's first meeting with the defendant, Jan's mother texts Jan stating, "This man is trying to screw. I'm trying to make it business. So he knows you're a singer, but he ain't playing. He want to F you tonight." GX 233. Despite that Jan and her mother were on notice that the defendant was interested in Jan sexually, Jan's mother encouraged Jan to meet defendant. So she told Jan to keep the defendant curiosity pegged and advised her about what you should wear to effectively entice him. During her in court testimony, Jan testified that she went to meet the defendant solely to audition for him, but her contemporaneous message revealed that Jan was more interested in the defendant for personal and romantic reasons. So Jan texted her mother, "Oh, he's so fine." When Jan's mother told her to be ready to sing something, Jan said, "Ew," suggesting that she did not actually want to audition for a defendant. So Jan's mother encouraged Jan to tease the defendant, but not to do anything sexual with him, since he would then lose interest in her, believing that he was speaking to an 18-year-old Jan. False pretense. No. They pursued him under the false pretense of the age. Defendant texts Jan's mother that he was staying on the tour bus, but was going to go get a hotel room for their privacy. Jan's mother then shared that message with Jan, texting, "Yep. He said he's staying on the tour bus, but he wants to get a hotel room for just y'all so y'all could get away from security and managers." Jan's mother gave Jan some final advice before she sent daughter to meet defendant, who believed Jan to be 18 years old. Oh, Lord. Be prepared to sing 3 songs. He said that he will meet you and listen to your song. Please have your glasses off, hair to the side. Mama knows best. Pretty hurts. And third, your choice. Don't yell. Put on a show. Dance, grab his hand, shimmy, wiggle, sit on his lap and entice him while singing. It's all about performance. This your chance and opportunity, so don't blow it. Jan's mother even told Jan not to look grown. Emphasis added. Take off that ugly ass lipstick. I told you he don't want you to be grown. I told you to keep hair curly. That shit looks a hot mess. You need some jeans or shorts. You're trying to look grown and he wanted you because you look young and innocent. And that's what he wants. And not a little girl trying to be grown, you damn fool. Define her mother's advice to merely tease the defendant. Jan engaged in sexual conduct with defendant in the hotel room. Jan stripped down to undergarments and walked back and forth for defendant. I have to stop right there for a second, you guys. As I stated when on the other Sunday when we started to reading that, in order for an attorney, here we know this is attorney Jennifer Bonjean, who is now in the defense for Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly. So this statement that we just read, she puts it in there as a factual statement. And in order to be factual about a statement, you would have had to hear something like this, in my opinion, from the source's mouth, okay? So I'm under the impression, with this being said, that she had taken time and Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly allegedly had told her exactly how all of this had played out. And then we have Tori saying that, that the transcript to actually read those hidden parts in advance out here to the YouTube channel is the some of the motions or some of the transcripts or whatever that they had sealed, so nobody could get it. Even with Sylvia raising the money for the the petition of you to receive the information, the rest of those transcripts, and so they had sealed them. So, but it just, when I see something like that, that is the signal that I get. She spoke to her client, and the client had sat down and spoke to her the play out of what went on, involving his life, his lifestyle, So that's what I'm getting out of there. Do you guys see anything a little bit different? A little bit different. Let me read it to you again. It says that she later, Jan stripped down to her undergarments and walked back and forth for the defendant. She later acquiesced to removing her clothes, testifying that she got on top of him backwards and he did lick my butt. Now, she also here is just reading what was in those transcripts that was sealed. Okay, she got hold to those exhibits, that discoveries. Okay, so after the sexual encounter, officers arrived at the hotel room and knocked on the door. After arranging for Jan to meet defendant in his hotel, Jan's parents apparently called the police. Jan described defendant as nervous and anxious, asking her to confirm that she was 18 years old as she had presented. Jan testified at trial after he, the defendant, looked through the peephole. He made me go into the restroom immediately and told me to get dressed. He said, "Are you 18?" Because in other words, he's puzzled, like, why are the police here? You 18, right? Okay. And I said, yes. And he said, "Don't lie to me. Are you 18?" So, and she said again, "Yes." Well, the defendant opened the door and the police checked Jan's identification to confirm her age before leaving. Defendant was present when the police officers checked Jan's identification. Rather than calling it the night, Jan again removed her clothes and got on top of defendant to continue their sexual activities. Woo cha. Mm. So did the police go back to tell the mother that, hey, your daughter ID says 18, so hey, she's legally where she wants to be. There's nothing we can do. When did that come up? I don't know. We shall see. Because the mother called the police. And I think that's when she did the live, and she said on there that the police said that they couldn't do anything. Maybe this is what they're talking about. After her first encounter with the defendant, Jan told her mother that the defendant had asked whether he can fly her to meet him. Now, keep in mind, yes, Jason, keep in mind now, she's now speaking back to her parent, asking them, telling them that the defendant, now he wants me to fly out. So she tells her mother, I said, duh. But instead of the mother saying, well, let me make sure that you're okay. Come to where, wherever, I'll be there to pick you up or whatever. And they could have took her on. That should have been the end of it. Because the mother sitting here then sent the police. You already know that she's lied on the identification and everything. At that point right there, those charades, any involvement or whatever, if she sent her in to get some music or whatever, they should have been done. They should have been fleeing. Because they just committed a crime on the defendant. I'm just saying. At one point, Jan's mother got frustrated with Jan for not prioritizing her music with the defendant. On April 23rd, 2015, Jan's mother texted her. So she never went back to the mom? This was on April 23rd. Hold on, you guys. Where's my other date at? Hold on. What date was this? Hold on. April 23rd. April 23rd. I don't see a date. What date did all this go down? April 20th. April 20th, all of this started out with the mom and the Jane and meeting the defendant. But here we are now into April 23rd. Jan's mother texted her. So she never went back between April the 20th through the 23rd. She never went back home. Y'all. And she couldn't call the police out again because police had already done a check. So therefore, she ain't missing. She ain't held in a court. She ain't in the being abused or nothing. The police done already did those check-ins. Oh, child. Well, Jane's mother texts her. She says, you need to let him hear your songs and let him see your video. Video? So what, she brought like a DVD with her or something? You trying to date that man and you need to let him see your shit. Emphasis added. Well, Jan's mother also continued to encourage Jan's and think you're 18. He already done said, well, okay, I like sex. I like sex. And this is what my life is about. Okay, she's 18 and you want me to see her. Okay, fine. So, goes on by saying, Jan's mother also continued to encourage Jan's relationship with the defendant, telling her to be a little feisty, spunk it up, stating he married Aaliyah because she was feisty. She didn't let him run over her. You need to be different than the rest. Later that evening, Jan's mother texts Jan again. You are silly. That man ain't trying to do nothing with you musically. Well, he just wants to F, period, because he likes young girls. Jan reassured her mother that the defendant was looking to look at her performances and was patiently waiting to look at some of her videos that her mother had emailed her. Oh, okay, so you're going to upload them through your email and let them watch them through Windows Media. Okay. Off a phone. Or just a little short video. I don't know. Hey, Sheila. How are you? Well, now it's another day on April 2015. The defendant had finally left Orlando. 4 days later. Well, Jan's mother instructed Jan, you better text him so you will stay on his mind. If you didn't put that whip appeal on him, it better stay there. And the mother meant that shit. Because we need some money. Later that day, Jan texted her mother about flying out to see the defendant in California. She want to go back again, y'all. She want to go back again. Jan. And I talked to R. Kelly. Mom, yeah. About what? Jan. Laughing my ass off about flying me out. Flying me out. Mom. Oh, really? When? Jan. Yeah, well, whenever I tell him he can. Tomorrow if I choose. Bitch, you just got home. Mom. Oh, yeah? Well, on April 28, 2015, guess where she goes? Right back to Los Angeles, California. the California to meet the defendant with the knowledge and consent of her parents. I'm going to need y'all to hashtag knowledge and then hashtag consent. Those are two golden words right there. We can't overlook those. With the knowledge and the consent of her parents. Well, Jan continued to text with her mother once in Los Angeles. At one point, her mother told her, well, he gonna be in your room butt naked with one of his songs playing, LOL. Government's Exhibit 233 reflect that Jan and her mother text incessantly while Jan was in Los Angeles with the damn defendant. But Jan tells her mother at one point, child, crazy. This Aaliyah movie had just came on, and I had just got off the phone with R. Mom responded, really crazy. Well, Jan testifies that she had oral sex with the defendant in Los Angeles, but she did not share that information with her mother, VIA. And at no point did Jan express any apprehensions about being with the defendant or ask her mother to arrange for her to come home. But when Jan excitedly told her mother that she was riding the defendant's tour bus to Stockton to attend his concert, Jan's mother gonna respond, oh my God, exciting. You're on the tour bus? Like, bitch, you made it on the tour bus? Okay, you doing your thing. Look, girl, go ahead. Mama back here knowing everything that you're doing, okay? All right, knowledgeable, and consenting. Well, on May 1st, 2015, Jan's mother had urged Jan to take advantage of the defendant. Y'all not telling me if I don't have the screen up again. Let's put it back up. Sorry. I put the screen back up. Y'all forgot to tell me, Pap, you ain't sharing the screen. I got throw it off a little bit. So it won't be Star Life. No, on May 1st, 2015, when Jan's mother urged Jan to take advantage of the defendant. Yeah. Texting her. It won't be Star Life lifestyle if you don't get serious about your music and show this man that you want to be famous like him. So once he's tired of you, you'll be like everybody else. So you better use this opportunity while you got him in spell. Translation. Allegedly sprung. Jan's mother, she then says, you should text him and be like, you know you're going to be my boo, and see what he says. To which Jan responded, laughing my ass off. Well, Jan had traveled independently to meet the defendant in Stockton. Independently. What does that mean, you guys? Independently. Alone. To meet defendant in Stockton, California, where he was performing on May 1st of 2015. She stayed in contact with her mother the entire time. Kept her knowledgeable about what's going on because she had the consent to move on with the fake ID. Having Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly up under the notion that she's 18. Police did too. Police left, said, all right, well, we can't do nothing that girl 18. Nothing we can do. But at one point, Jan explained to her mother how she ended up going to Stockton to see the defendant's performance. She says, I told you. He asked me, did I want to come to his show? So I said, of course. And he said, well, okay then, let's pack this stuff up. And he was even putting his stuff in my bag. Hi, Miss Leo. Well, Jan and her mother remained in constant communication before defendant's show. So Jan's mother instructed her about what to wear and made suggestions about how she should behave at the defendant's show. I would blow him little kisses, wink a little eye at him, girl, and bite the tips of your finger, girl. Mess with him real good, real good. Do something seductive. Bite your lip. Do something seductive. Make them silly face, LOL. But Jane and her mother continued to text throughout the defendant's performance. So at one point, Jen and her mother had exchanged the following text. Ooh, let's see what the text say, y'all. Jen, he's singing this whole show to me. Mom, LOL, funny. Because her mom thought that shit was funny. Because her mom know that show must have had over about a good 3,000 people up front. But it was to her. For real? Jan started laughing her ass off. Jan, this man is in love. Mom, oh my God, you're gonna marry him and have his babies? Let's go have on the baby. Mom, LOL, my son-in-law is gonna be older than me? That's too dang funny. Jane started laughing her ass off, y'all. Mom, well, you better get signed first and then married second. Because, Mom, he gonna seduce you tonight. Jan, LOL. Mom, you have to give him a message before he go to bed. Jan, laughing her ass off. No, I doubt it. Mom, girl, you better, or he will get someone else too. Because Jan's mother continued to encourage her to seduce the defendant. And so at one point, Jan had told her mother that she caught feelings for the defendant. So according to Jan, she and the defendant had sexual intercourse for the first time after the concert. According to Jan, she and the defendant had sexual intercourse for the first time after the concert. Well, what happened in the hotel room? Did I miss a part? Because I thought in the hotel room that she said she pulled her clothes off and went riding. Didn't she say that? Now it's after the concert, the one that she was asked to come to after the stuff got packed up and put on the tour bus. Okay, let's keep it moving though. So at no point during her travels with the defendant in California in April and May of 2015 did Jan disclose that she was 17 years of age, or that she had lied to him about her age. After the trip to California, though, Jan, she traveled to meet the defendant in Las Vegas, where he was performing. I don't think so, Shannon. Oh, you don't think so? Because I'm like, wait a minute. I don't recall her mentioning anything about the sex when the police came, other than her saying that she pulled her clothes off and went for a ride. No rational juror could conclude that the defendant enticed, persuaded, induced, or coerced Jan to travel to California. Jan's contemporaneous conversations with her mother show that the defendant invited Jan to join him, and she excitedly accepted it. Volunteered. Yep, I can go. My mama told me to seduce you. To take that silly lipstick off and pull my hair to the back and look like I was 16 or underage, because he liked underage girls. So, when her mother asked her when he had asked her to travel, well, Jan told her mother, whenever I tell him I can. Tomorrow, if I choose. But by her own admission. So Jan chose to travel with the defendant because she wanted to, and her mother encouraged it. While this court concluded that Jan's parents' testimony was not relevant for the purpose of defense counsel sought to introduce it. So I guess somewhere the other counsel, tried to introduce somewhat of this text message in, but apparently the judge, I guess allegedly, would not allow it. Okay, Miss would not allow them to run their cross-examining and as part of defense for Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly, so that they would be able to show the juror on the time frame and the traveling volunteering, the volunteering. Okay, that I guess that's what I'm getting out of here. So Jan's text message with her mother introduced as government's Exhibit 233. We're almost there, y'all. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're on 40. Were highly relevant evidence that the defendant took no action to induce and persuade or coerce Jan to travel with him. Jan was eager to travel with the defendant and caught feelings for him as she admitted and concealed her age from the defendant so she could pursue a relationship with him. The government evidence fails to show that Jan was pursued, induced, enticed, or coerced into traveling to California. Now let's get into number 7 with the Racketeering Act, the Mann Act violations of Jan. The government charged the defendant with 4 Mann Act violations stemming from a trip with Jan to California between September 2015 and October 2015. So 2 months before her 18th birthday, according to Jan, she disclosed her true age. Woo, child. Prior to the trip. So the government evidence is insufficient as to these Mann Acts violations. She went into A, Racketeering Act 9. She's starting with the transportation part. For the same reasons argued in the connections with the Racketeering Act 8A, the government failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant, 1, transported Jane with the intent of exposing her to herpes in September of October 2015. 2, committed a violation of California Health Safety Code 12029, by proof of beyond a reasonable doubt. The arguments set forth super are equally applicable Racketeering Act 9A. Now I'm going to come to the chat room because I want to see if you guys also remember the statute 120-290. What happened to that statute? 4-letter word, starts with a D, ends with a D. Hashtag do y'all remember? What is it? Do y'all remember the statute about the California Health and Safety Code 120-290? What happened to that statute that they apparently tried to use? We just tried to. What happened to it? The arguments set forth supra are equally applicable Racketeering Act 9A. Let's get into B. Racketeering Acts 9B, the coercion or enticement. Insufficient evidence exists to prove that the defendant committed Racketeering Act 9B by all counts. The defendant and Jan were in a serious and legal relationship based in Illinois, where the defendant resided in fall of 2015. Although Jan testifies that she told the defendant her true age after the summer ended in 2015, but the record does not reflect precisely when she told the defendant her true age. As such, the government failed to show that the defendant possessed the requisite mens rea, sustained a charge of unlawful sexual intercourse with a person under 18 years under the California Penal Code in September or October of 2015. Okay? They must have thought that they had this thought and planned out very well, you guys. They really did. They did, you know. Furthermore, the record is devoid of evidence that the defendant took any actions to induce, persuade, entice, coerce Jan into traveling to California between September and October 2015. Critically, when the defendant learned that Jan had lied about her age, he sent her home. Sent her home to Florida. So Jan returned to Chicago with her parents' consent. Although it is true that Jan's parent did not have the authority to consent to any illegal sexual activity between Jan and the defendant, the permission to allow her to stay with the defendant is reflective of Jan's desire to continue her relationship with the defendant. And I have to come to the chat room. Let me see the thumbs up if you guys are still with me. I just got to speak on something just for a second, because earlier it was talked about that it's, you know, allegedly Atmos Love may see a bit of difference. And I mentioned to you guys that I so happened to just peep in on his show, and he was showing this letter. Do you guys remember the letter that was written up that gave the permission for Jan to travel with the Churamat? You guys remember that? Do you guys remember that letter? And they was going hard about that letter out here. And she had permission. And Angela was saying that. Well, you know, yeah, but we wrote this letter to this lady. So this lady was responsible to, you know, of her travel. We put her in the hands of this lady. And that's how she ended up traveling and woo, right? And then he also went on the show about it. Angelo did, right? Because they was dead up on it that yes, we gave her permission, but that was for her to only be involved with Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly for her musical career. Now check this shit out, right? Because here it clearly tells you in black and white that she had already, with consent and knowledgeable of her mom of where she was. Do this to him, do this to him. She had already been in that man's with the fake ID, enticing him, and then falling in love. Then she comes back home, right? But now she's got to get down here over to Chicago with the parents' consent. And this happened here, allegedly, or not allegedly, up here on this paperwork it says between September and October. Jan was coerced. Jan traveling to California between September and October, critically. But when the defendant learned of her age, he had sent her back home. Now, all of a sudden, here comes this letter. And allegedly, could this have been the letter now to say that, okay, we're going to write this letter up and woo. And that was the parents' consent to now get her to return to Chicago. I'm just asking, because I'm just asking, y'all. Let me keep it rolling, though. I'm just asking. In other words, I'm trying to make some sense to me of this letter. When did this letter play in? Did it play in before that she went up in there and with her mom and using a fake ID, or was this afterwards when Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly sent her home, but she insisted, and if I don't go, then we thought that she might have a backslide to allegedly suicide. Did it go that way? Well, okay, here's a letter. Sure, I'm at call. We can get her down here. We'll fly her out. Give me a letter to fly her out, or on the plane or whatever, and blah 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 blah. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Although it is true that Jan's parent did not have the authority to consent to any illegal sexual activity between Jan and the defendant, well, their permission means two people two people to allow her to stay with the defendant and reflective of Jan's desire to continue her relationship with the defendant. But Jan offered no testimony to suggest that she was coerced or enticed into traveling to California in fall of 2015. Jan's testimony about the defendant rules and sexual proclivities during this time period are not sufficient evidence of coercing to travel. Even if Jan now believes, with the benefit of the hindsight, that defendant's conduct was controlling or constituted some type of grooming. Let's get into number C, y'all, because this is getting enticing right now, dude. Racketeering Act number 9, the coercing of the enticement. Okay, so she attacks this by saying that the government charged the defendant with the Mann Act violations under the separate theory that the defendant transported Jane to California in September or October 2015 with the intent to violate California Penal Law Section 261.5 and 261.5 A and B, unlawfully sexual intercourse with a person under 18. Preliminarily, for the reasons argued supra, the government, they simply failed to provide the defendant took any actions to induce, persuade, entice, coerce Jan into traveling to California by late 2015. Well, the defendant and Jan, they were in a serious relationship based primarily in Illinois, where the defendant resides. So the age consent in Illinois is 17. So therefore, the defendant and Jan's sexual relationship was not prohibited there. Yeah. So, but Jan, she traveled with the defendant to numerous states as one of his partners. She went consensually and voluntarily. The defendant did not have to indict, persuade, entice, or coerce, like saying her to travel. Even if the government is correct that the defendant had exerted some dominance or control in the relationship at the time. Furthermore, as argued in connections with Racketeering Act 5, the government provided insufficient evidence that the defendant used any words to induce, persuade, entice, or coerce Jan to travel to California via a facility of interstate commerce. You say you got the read on. Okay, I'm going for it. Under the plain reading of this statute, there must be a nexus between the use of the facility of interstate commerce, a cell phone, computer, and the words of persuasion, enticement, or coercion to satisfy a 2422B violation. For the record, it is devoid of that proof. The mere fact that the defendant texts with Jan about any number of things that does not satisfy the interstate commerce element of this Mann Act violation. I will reread that last one for you again. The record is devoid of that proof. The mere fact, this is the mere fact that is devoid. The mere fact that it is devoid is because the fact that the defendant texts with Jan about any number of things that does not satisfy the interstate commerce element of this Mann Act. Why do I feel like attorney Bonjean got her finger in them people's nose like doing this? Do you hear me saying? Do you hear what I'm saying? Why can I visualize that? That's so weird. Like, come here. All y'all, sit down. Go to the corner. D. We get into the transportation, you guys. Racketeering Act 9D. Well, it is true that in the state of California, the age consent is 18. But according to Jan, she had sexual relationships with the defendant in California. This trip was when she was still 17 of age. Got me over here wiggling, y'all. Ooh, however, the government failed to prove that the defendant is guilty of the Mann Act under this theory, where the defendant's motivating purpose in traveling to California was not to have sex with Jan. But the defendant and Jan had a consensual, legal, sexual relationship in Illinois. So the defendant's purpose in traveling to California was to perform, and he arranged for his girlfriend to go with him. If the defendant had sexual relationships with Jan in California in September and October, it was purely incidental to the purpose of the trip. As Jan herself testified when asked, back to the Q&As, question, and while you were 17, did you take additional trips to California with the defendant? Answer, yeah, I did. Uh-huh. Question, well, do you remember where you traveled to? I do not. Question, well, do you remember what the purpose of for your travel? What was it for? Answer, well, he had shows. Oh, well, that does put you there. No rational jury could find that the government proved that the defendant's motivating purpose in transporting Jan to California was to have sexual intercourse with her, particularly where he had an ongoing legal and consensual sexual relationship with her in the state of Illinois. So where he resided. At the bottom, no nexus exists between the transportation of Jan and the alleged illegal sexual activity. Now let's get into number 8 when she goes into the sexual exploitation of Jan on the Racketeering Act 10. Because the government failed to prove Racketeering Act 10 as well. That is sexual exploitation of Jan, where it's offered insufficient evidence that the defendant used, employed, persuaded, induced, or enticed Jan to take part in sexual explicit conduct for the purpose of producing a visual depiction between September 15 and December 30. The government contends that prior to Jan's 18th birthday, the defendant recorded his sexual experiences with her in California. To demonstrate that the defendant committed sexual exploitations of child pursuant to 18 U.S.C. 2251, it is not enough for Jan to simply allege that the defendant recorded sexual explicit conduct. Jan offered no testimony that proved that the defendant used, persuaded, induced, enticed, or coerced her into sexually explicit conduct during the relevant time period. Jan had an ongoing sexual relationship with the defendant before the video recording incident and after the video recording incident. So although Jan seems to regret those experiences, she did not offer sufficient evidence of enticement or coercion. The government must prove that the defendant did something more than just film the sexual explicit conduct. If the act of filming or recording alone was sufficient to sustain the charge, Congress would not have included a requirement that the defendant employ, persuade, induce, entice, or coerce. Furthermore, the government failed to prove that the defendant acted with the purpose of producing a visual depiction of that conduct. So, although the jury were erroneously charged that the government could sustain the charge by proving that the purpose was transmitting a visual depiction, the statute requires something different, though. See, indeed, producing is defined by the statute as producing, directing, manufacturing, issuing it, I'm giving it out, publishing it. Here you go. I want to publish this for the goddamn news then, and advertisement. And here, play this on CBS and ABC and WBNZ, TZ, and all that shit. Yeah, he didn't do that. No. 18 USC 2256. So while the statute also prohibits the transmission of live visual depictions, well, the defendant was not charged with transmitting a live visual depiction, and there is no evidence that he did. Accordingly, the government failed to prove the Racketeering Act 10 by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Y'all still with me? Thumbs up. Everybody still with me? Because we're going. We're going. We're going. We're getting there. We're going to meet our time. We're going to meet our time. Thumbs up. Keep it going. We good. We good. Y'all sleep? You sleep or you woke? Which one is? Mm. Okay, thank you, Harlem. Let's go. Number 9. No, yeah, Racketeering Act 11. Forced labor of Jan. And we went over the forced labor with all of the, the previously ones up there with Geronda. So let's see if her argument is going to be some of similarity of her argument of what she put out for Geronda. You at work? Shadow, you at work? Okay. The government charged the defendant with forced labor of Jan under a theory that defendant required Jan to participate in sex with other men and other women. But she already defined to us of what the forced labor was about, hog tied, tape tied, bus face, you will do this. Where's your proof of showing that he put this forced labor on you? So the defendant required Jan to participate in sex with the other men and other women. Although at trial, Jan claimed that she did not want to participate in those activities and that she did not enjoy those activities. That does not mean that Jan was forced to participate in those activities. If Jan refuses even now to allege that she was forced by threats of violence to engage in certain sex acts, it is unclear why the government believes she was. Again, belatedly acknowledging that one really did not want to participate in the conduct is not the equivalent of being forced. The record is devoid of any evidence that Jan was forced with the meaning of the statute to have sex with individuals other than the defendant, or that she was prohibited in any way from extracting herself from the relationship. Yeah, you could have moved. You could have lived. Nope, I'm out of here. She could have did it. In other words, that's what she said. She could have leave. He's not holding anybody captured at all. Captured. Here you go. Here you go. The government evidence that Jan was forced to participate in these sexual acts consisted of Alex, the nephew, testimony that some women he had sex with were zombie-ish, and that the defendant had directed women other than Jan to participate in group sex. Rather than point the jury to the specific evidence from Jan's testimony that reflected that she had been forced to participate in these activities through violence and restraint or the threat of violence, the government argued that the defendant had directed Dominique The government argued that the defendant had directed Dominique to have sexual intercourse with Alex. While the government was permitted to offer an extraordinary amount of uncharged bad act evidence for various purposes, such evidence cannot supplant the government's burden to show that Jan herself was forced to participate in the group's sex acts. The government pushed their theory out there, allegations or their testimony that they knew that the defendant had directed the dominant to have this sexual forced labor, I guess, whatever, with Alex. And that's according to some of the submission of actual statements that was put out in the courtroom. But there was nowhere in there saying that it was Jan that was directed to do any sexual intercourse forcefully, the group sex or whatever it is, with anybody. Okay? So, while the government was permitted to offer an extraordinary amount of uncharged bad act evidence for various purposes, such evidence cannot supplant the government's burden to show that Jan herself was forced to participate in the group's sex acts. So the evidence offered was insufficient proof of the offense of forced labor, as discussed in the connections with Racketeering Act 6. The government cannot establish the offense of forced labor by simply showing that the defendant and Jan had a sexual relationship that some might consider abusive. The government was required to establish a causal link between the group sex acts and the threats of the physical violence. It failed to do so. Okay? Now we're moving on to number 10. We're at 46, page 46. So, Racketeering Act 12, Mann Act violations, moving into faith. There you go, Jason. We're up with faith. You up? Let me see your thumb up, Jason. We're on faith now. We're on faith. The government charged the defendant with 2 Mann Acts violations in connections with Faith trip to New York in May of 2017. So he had 2 Mann Act violations with Faith. You getting this, Jason? Alleging that the defendant violated 18 U.S.C. 2421 and 2422. The government charged that defendant either transported or persuaded, induced, enticed, or coerced Faith to travel to New York with the purpose of knowingly exposing her to this infectious venereal disease under New York public health law section. Oh, I wonder if she finna come. Oh, okay. First, she just attacked the California health law. Okay, let's see what she got to say about the New York public health law section 2307. Wake Jason up in this damn room, cause you been asking about this damn Faith over time and over and over and over. We are now on Faith, and you better have your behind up. I should see your name going in here going, woo, cha. New York Public Health Law Sections 2307, reckless endangerment pursuant to the New York Penal Law Section 120.20. The government failed to prove Mann Act violations under 24 and 21, 24 and 22, where it offered insufficient evidence. Ooh, I can't wait. Let me see what she got to say about the New York penal law, y'all. Let me see if she found something in there that the government used on their own will, and that law was, and that statute was probably dead too. But let me see. I don't know. Defendant 1 transported Faith with the intent of exposing her to herpes, or 2. Persuaded, induced, enticed, or coerced Faith to travel to New York with the intent of exposing her to herpes. Well, separately, the government failed to prove that the defendant committed the offense of reckless endangerment. He washing them dishes off of, 'cause he used to have a whole bunch of cups left around sitting on the kitchen counter, and his brother didn't like that. So he probably getting them cups cleaned up. Law Section 2307, which is unconstitutional in any event, both facially and as applied to the defendant. Y'all better leave Jason. There you go. There, Jason. Jason, where you? I'm telling you about Faith, so you better have your butt in here. I ain't gonna tell you next week about Faith. You asking about these people now. A, let's talk about the intent. Okay? Because there is no link connecting defendant's transportation of Faith with an intent to expose her to herpes. The defendant cannot be guilty of a Mann Act violation. As discussed at length, supra, the government must prove that illegal sexual activity is the dominant, significant, or motivating purposes behind the transportation. Okay, then she cites her case logs with that because the defendant purported violation of New York public health law prohibited him from exposing a partner to herpes, was incidental to Faith trip rather than a motivating purpose in transporting Faith. Okay? The intent requirement of the statute cannot be sustained. What she's saying, Jason, is that according to the New York public health law, that with Faith coming out trying to say that Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly knowingly and willingly, allegedly given her this virus, right? That's just not applicable according to the New York public health law. It would prohibit the defendant, which is Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly, to do so. He, under the New York public health law, if he has been tested or knowing that he has this virus, he is by law have to let a partner know that this is something. But because he did not invite Faith out just to intentionally give her what she allegedly is saying that he has, then does this law apply? So I hope you're with me on that. If I explained it, as best as I could to you. Does this law apply? Knowingly and willingly, and it also would have prohibited Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly, the defendant, to act upon such, knowing that if he did this and if he'd have called Faith to say, hey, listen here, I need you to come on out here to New York. I got this thing going on in my man's hood right here, but it's okay. We're going to be all right because I'm still going to sleep with you. That's knowingly and willingly. But according to him, that allegedly he doesn't have anything. He would have not known that he has anything because he'd never been, tested or told that he has anything. So it's how this go about according to the New York public health law, So does he know? Did he not know? Did she fly out there just to, do something and then come back and say, oh my God, you gave me this or you gave me that? So the intent requirement of the statute cannot be sustained. The government argued to the juror that it should find defendant guilty of a Mann Act violation by merely finding that the defendant transported Faith to New York from her hometown in Texas for the purpose of sex. Hey Tori, you ain't never ran across Faith down there in Texas? What part of Texas she in? Y'all ain't never seen that girl at the club or nothing? Yeah. For the purpose of sex, the only remaining issue is whether the sexual activity that he brought to her here for was illegal, and it was. This argument is legally flawed. Transporting Faith to New York to have sex would not satisfy the elements of the violation under Section 2421, since the sex act itself was perfectly legal, as Faith was a consenting adult. The activity that was allegedly illegal in New York was exposing Faith to herpes. It is that act that must be motivating purpose behind the defendant's transportation of Faith. But because the government cannot demonstrate the nexus between the defendant's motivation for transporting Faith to New York and the illegal sexual activity, defendants must be acquitted of the 2421 offense. You say did you leave one out and enticing, coercing, and persuading me to shoot his Mickey dog? Yeah, I swear I love you. You so silly, my beauty. B, coerce or enticement. The government alternately argues that the defendant is guilty of the Mann Act stemming from Faith trip May 18, 2017. So the trip to New York because defendantly knowingly persuaded. Yeah, that's the word you forgot. Knowingly. You forgot that word, beauty. Knowingly. Persuaded, induced, enticed, or coerced Jan to travel to New York for the purpose of exposing her to herpes. Insufficient evidence exists to prove that the defendant took any actions to induce, persuade, entice, or coerce Jan into right. You had to do the knowingly, induce, persuaded, entice, or coerce. You miss knowingly, knowingly. And she accepted. The evidence shows that the defendant invited a grown woman to meet him in New York, and she accepted. In March 17th, Faith attended one of the defendant's concerts in San Antonio, Texas, with her sister. Faith had an opportunity to meet defendant at an after party backstage along with other individuals. What Tori say? She be in Houston now, and you already put the drop out about her to all my people that know some people, especially my boy cousin that rap and be with the big dogs. Girl, if that wasn't a whole bunch of goddamn cold language, I done told Uncle Leroy to meet Sam over here because he going to bump into Ronnie. And Ronnie knows all about my Keisha. So my Keisha know about that club that's uptown over right there by that river over there. So when they see her, they looking for this girl over there that be out in that white, that white silk, slatted down, slitted up dress. And so Carrie, he going to intercept it. He going to let Billy Bob know and get back over here to Makisha so we could see her. That's exactly what that sounded like. Jesus, Tori. Jesus. Like what? Girl, and she be in Houston. But I already done put the drop out about her because all my people know that, some people, especially some people, because my boy cousin, yeah, the one that rap over there, yeah, shoot, girl, he be with the big dogs, girl. He gonna drop the dime out over here, girl, because we is out here in Houston. Dang, Tori. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. I got to go all through there to see if, okay, well, is that saying that, they done seen her or what? What the hell is going on? Girl, that sounds like the whole Uncle Billy Bob family tree looking, go spot, you done sit there. Girl, you gonna have to wait, girl, because I'm gonna have to wait until it's time. Tell my Keisha, girl, because Quaisha, she listening too, girl. They be making them. Girl, girl, that was a lie. You say she be in Alabama too. Oh, my Lord. Oh, Jesus Christ, girl. I can't call you to the stand, Tori, because, baby, we going to be in the courtroom all day. Well, shoot, yeah, because she said something over there. You got to check with her, girl, and that's how it went. In March 17th, Faith attended one of the defendant's concerts in San Antonio. Oh, jeez. Tori just killed me, y'all. Defendant and Faith had a conversation during the after party, so the defendant provided her with his phone number. Well, after that encounter, Faith and the defendant got in touch via a text and FaceTime. I know, right? I was hanging with her too till I got down to till I get so like, let me see, hold on, let me come back over here for a second till I got to the part where, well, I already I was with her when she said, oh, well, she be in Houston now, but then we got into, well, I got to drop out and Pablo gonna tell Timmy gonna get in touch with Bill, and girl, I was like, hold the hell up. Oh my God. No, let me get through. I gotta get through, y'all. Oh, persuaded, enticed, induced. Where am I at? The evidence shows that the defendant invited a grown woman to meet him in New York, and she accepted. Okay? But in March of 2017, Faith attended one of the defendant's concert in San Antonio, Texas, with her sister. We did that. I must have moved the damn thing. Faith had an opportunity to meet, girl, well, let me see what you're saying now. Let me see. Pap, you know I be trolling. I be these pages and just pass through pics, pass it around and give the words and beware dangerous. Houston dudes does not with the madness. Girl, you something else. Okay. So, Faith had an opportunity to meet defendant at an after party backstage, along with other individuals. Okay, so the defendant and Faith had conversation. Let me see something. Is this not up on the screen? Why is it not showing? Hold on, y'all. I don't know why the screen keep jumping off. That is so crazy. Oh, I had the wrong screen up. Y'all ain't even seen nothing. I got me up on the dang on screen. And y'all, I can't come and do no dirt in Texas. Story was, girl, Tori gonna tell Peter. Peter gonna call McQuisha. McQuisha calling Tommy. And girl, you gonna have to be in a hell of a good disguise down there. To meet defendant at an after party backstage along with other individuals. So the defendant and Faith had a conversation during the after party. Defendant provided her with his phone number. After that encounter, Faith and defendant kept in touch via a FaceTime and text. The conversations were normal, appropriate, and pleasant. The defendant complimented her appearance. Faith testifies that the defendant referred to himself as daddy during those conversations. According to Faith, the defendant asked to be called daddy, and she complied. Well, Faith did not testify that the defendant forced her to call him daddy. Indeed, the defendant and Faith had met actually one time when Faith began calling him daddy on the issues of travel. Faith had this to say. The government makes much of the fact that the defendant asked his girlfriends to call him daddy. So much have said that the fact was clear in the indictment. There's no other inherently criminal or even particularly unusual about the use of the moniker daddy, particularly in sexual relationships. Okay, we're gonna keep it moving. Here's the question to Faith. Because I saw that she be in the hot spots. My nephew and my fast tail cousins go out to baby. To baby, I started passing out the word. He said, Beauty, no, I put the word out on the half of her monkey ain't right. Plus, oh yeah, you right. You got to let that know. Don't be hopping in the bed. One little monkey jumping on the bed. One fell off and bumped his head. Question to Faith. In your communications with the defendant, how, if at all, did the topic of traveling seem to come up? Faith replies in her answer. He had informed me that he was on tour right now. Or, excuse me, at the time, he was on tour. So he was just saying his schedule was kind of crazy. But whenever I wanted to come and see him, I could. And he just said that he can arrange the days or just let him know when I wanted to come and hang out. But that would be fun. So I would get to go see how it is, how he is on tour, things like that. Defendant told Faith that if she wanted to come to his shows, keyword, if you want it, which is not a force for a forceful action. If you want, you come to my show. So she contacted his assistants and he would arrange it for her. Well, Faith then contacted defendant's assistants who made travel arrangements for her. Originally, Faith was going to travel to Chicago, but ultimately traveled to New York for one of the defendant's performances. According to Faith, the defendant informed her that he was having a show in New York and that he would like for me to come hang out. It was going to be fun, so I said yes. Well, the defendant's assistants arranged her travel, and Faith traveled to New York to attend the defendant's performance and hang out. No rational juror could conclude from Faith's testimony that the defendant coerced or enticed her to travel to New York. She was offered and she could have declined the offer. But because she wanted to go see what it was all about, I guess she never thought that herself would be in a relationship for momentarily with Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly, the defendant. So it was no forceful, according to this, there was nothing forced for her to come out to New York. So she goes on by saying that for the purpose of giving her herpes. By Faith's account, the defendant was polite, he was generous, he was appropriate, leaving it entirely at her discretion to come to New York to attend a concert. Well, the defendant's alleged bad behavior with other women is not sufficient evidence of his specific conduct in connection with Faith on May 18, 2017. The government routinely asked the juror to find the government's perspective been controlling and coercive to others. Faith's testimony does not establish any conduct on part of the defendant that shows he did anything other than invite her to come to his concert in New York, and an invitation was accepted. Frankly, if this conduct proves coercing or enticement by proof beyond a reasonable doubt, the government is going to be very busy prosecuting Mann Act violations. Although it seems unlikely that the government has much of an intention of using this provision to prosecute influential, wealthy white men who invite women on fancy trips for the purpose of engaging in sexual activity that those women later decide was unpleasant. We're in C, New York Public Health Law, Section 2307, Penal Law 120.20. To sustain that Mann Act violations charged in connections with faith travel to visit. I don't know why it will. Hold on, you guys. It's not showing you guys what I'm reading, and that's weird. It's jumping off of my screen too to share. Let's see. Let me see. Let me see. I don't know. It's coming up, but I can't stop right now. So, to sustain the Mann Act violations charged in connections with faith travel to visit the defendant in New York on February 2nd, 2018, the government must prove that the defendant intend to engage in a sexual activity for which he could be charged with a criminal offense, pushing the boundaries of his prosecutorial discretion. The government alleged that the defendant could have been charged with the violations of the New York Public Health Law and or reckless endangerment because he would have created a substantial risk of serious physical injury. So when he had unprotected sex with Faith, knowing that he had herpes, at the outset, Faith did not contract genital herpes from the defendant, despite her misleading testimony. See, after returning from New York, Faith claimed that she was diagnosed with herpes type 1 after getting cold sores on her mouth. Nearly 50% of the population has herpes type 1, and it can be contracted in a number of ways, including kissing, sharing a toothbrush, or eating utensils. Cold sores caused by herpes type 1 does not cause a substantial risk of serious physical injury. Presumably, even the government would concede this point. Furthermore, as a matter of law, unprotected sex with someone who has genital herpes does not establish a substantial risk of serious physical injury. According to the city health department, 1 in 4 New Yorkers have genital herpes. If sexual intercourse with individuals who merely carry the genital herpes virus carries the substantial risk of serious physical injury, then New York City would have had an astronomical hospitalization and death rates from the transmission of herpes. Although the government expert witness identified some serious but unusual health risk associated with the contractions of genital herpes, the offense of reckless endangerment requires a showing of substantial risk of serious physical injury. Serious physical injury is defined as a person physically conditions that creates a substantial risk of death or serious protracted impairment of health. Okay? The government did not satisfy this burden. The risk of the defendant transmitting genital herpes to Faith is unknown where he did not transmit I transmitted to her, I guess. And there is no evidence that he was contagious or had an outbreak. If the government can show that the defendant had active symptoms of herpes when he had intercourse with Faith, the proof might be on a better footing. But merely having unprotected sex with someone who carries the virus just cannot, as a matter of law, create a substantial risk of serious physical injury. Notably, the government cannot point to a single case that supports the prosecution's expansive reading of this statute. Even if the defendant had given Faith genital herpes, The government's evidence would be insufficient to sustain a charge for reckless endangerment. Herpes is not deadly, rarely causes any serious, protracted health impairments. Again, the government expert witness identified rare complications from herpes that could perhaps meet the definition under the reckless endangerment of statute. But since those complications carry a low rather than substantial risk of serious physical injury as defined by the statute, the government, as a matter of law, sustained this claim. Okay, moving on. Number 51. Well, we're on 52. Almost there, you guys. Almost there. We're going to meet our time schedule. Let's see. Separately, in New York, Public Health Law 2307 is unconstitutional facially and as applied for the reasons previously identified by the defendant in his motions to strike all allegations from count one of the superseding indictment and dismiss the remaining counts. DKT number 42. Additionally, the statute is void by the vagueness as it fails to put the public on notice of what conduct constitutes criminal behavior and authorizes arbitrary and discriminatory enforcement. 1 in 6 Americans, 1 in 4 New Yorkers, they suffer from genital herpes simplex 2. So under the plain reading of this statute, even a person who carries the virus but has been asymptomatic for decades would commit a crime by having sexual intercourse with another. In the absence of the definition of infected, the statute is unconstitutionally vague. While this court seems to assume that infected means having the virus rather than having the ability to transmit it, no authority supports this application, and such an interpretation would lead to arbitrary and discriminatory enforcement. 11. Racketeering of Act 13. Forced labor, faith. No rational jury could conclude, based on the evidence adduced at trial, that the defendant knowingly obtained or agreed to obtain any labor services from Faith on January 13, 2018. A conviction of forced labor under 18, USC 1589. Well, it requires the government to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, 1, that the defendant obtained the labor of services of another person. 2, through inter alia, threats of serious harm. And 3, that the defendant acted knowingly. And she used her case log, United States versus Marcus, on that one. The language by means of contained in the forced labor statute requires that the government to establish a causal link between the labor and services provided by the persons and the threat of serious harm. Section 1589 is intended to address serious trafficking or cases where traffickers threaten harm to the third persons, restrain their victims without physical violence or injury, or threaten dire consequences by means other than overt violence. The harm or threat of harm, considered from the vantage point of a reasonable person in the place of the victim, must be sufficiently serious to compel that person to remain in her condition of servitude when otherwise would have left. According to the government, on January 13, 2018, the defendant violated the forced labor statute by using threats of violence to obtain labor, an act of oral sex from Faith. Well, the forced labor statute was not intended to reach isolated conduct like that described by Faith. Faith testified that she had traveled to Los Angeles to see the defendant, presumably to continue her romantic sexual relationship with the defendant. She had described an incident where she and the defendant were in a small room in the Los Angeles studio where he worked. According to Faith, there was a gun in the room that made Faith intimidated, but the defendant never touched the gun, threatened her with it, or made any gestures that he intended to use it. Faith was simply uncomfortable by its presence. After an intense conversation during which Faith described the defendant as being serious but not threatening. So the defendant directed her to give him an oral sex and grabbed her neck before placing his penis in her mouth without objection. You mean Faith provided oral sex to the defendant, although she testifies that she did not want to. The forced labor statute was not enacted to remedy isolate occurrences like the one described by Faith. Indeed, it is not even clear that Faith's testimony that she gave any indication to the defendant that she did not want to give him oral sex. Although she claims that she did not want to give him oral, the record fails to reflect a causal link between the isolated act of oral sex and any threat of physical violence. So even if Faith felt intimidated by being in the same room where a gun was located, this event did not amount to forced labor. Furthermore, Faith traveled to visit the defendant against, even after this alleged act of force, where she now claims she did not want to participate in or an act of oral sex. Number 12, Racketeering, Act 14, the Mann Act violations of Faith. So the government charged the defendant with the second set of Mann Act violations in relations to Faith's second trip to New York on February 2nd, 2018. The government's evidence was insufficient for the same reason argued in connections with racketeering. Act 11. First, the government simply fails to demonstrate that the defendant transported Faith to New York in 2018 for the purpose of exposing her to herpes. Second, the record is devoid of any testimony that the defendant coerced or enticed Faith to come to New York for the purpose of exposing her to herpes. Faith and the defendant's so-called relationship was conducted almost entirely over text. So after meeting at the defendant's concert in San Antonio, Faith met the defendant face to face no more than 5 times. Faith always returned to her home in Texas after her short excursions to visit the defendant. This was a grown woman who made decisions to travel with the defendant not out of fear or coercion or any type of enticement, but because she wanted to. Faith herself refuses to identify as someone who was forced to do anything. Well, on a cross-examination, Faith admitted that she was not a victim, had made a choice to be with the defendant. Question to Faith. In one of the podcasts, we spoke about this morning, the paper route. But on that show, you said during the interview, I don't like the word victim because I don't feel like I'm a victim. I'm a young woman. And let's be clear. Let's be clear. I made a choice to be involved with that person. I do feel like everything he did was right. Do I feel like everything he did was right? Hell no. But I had a choice, and that's why I walked away. I did not move in with him. I did not live with him. I did not take any money from him. There is a choice that you have to make. You said that. Answer. Correct. You made a choice. Correct. and you're not a victim. Correct. The record is devoid of the evidence that proves that the defendant coerced or enticed Faith to travel to New York in February 2018. According to the government, failed to prove Racketeering Act 14. In sum, the government failed to prove that the defendant is guilty of the RICO. So the section 2. The government failed to prove counts 2 through 9 of the indictment. And here's why. The government charged the defendant with 4 freestanding Mann Act charges that mirror Racketeering Acts 8 and 9, meaning copying, okay, related to Jan. For the reasons argued, supra, pages 29 through 42. The government failed to prove counts 2 through 5 of the indictment. Similarly, the government charged the defendant with 4 freestanding Mann Acts, violations that mirroring Racketeering Acts 12 through 14. For the reasons argued, supra, 47 through 53 and 55 through 56. The government failed to prove counts 6 through 9 of the indictment. For the ongoing reasons, the court should enter an order acquitting defendant of all offenses. Signed, sealed, delivered to, respectfully submitted by Jennifer Bonjean, Bonjean Law Group, PLLC, 750 Lexington Avenue, 9th floor, New York, New York, 10022. Attorney for Robert. Woo child. Woo child. We are done. That's it. It was not 63. I don't know why it's labeled to 63. But here it is 56. Page. Oh, no, we did. Page 62 of 63. So, and page 63 of 63. They just got it numbered goofy, I guess. Okay. Reba, number 7 is here. That concludes that. Now, let me go to this and then I am getting up out of here. Hold on. Hold on. Everybody's good. Hi, Miss Eva. Everybody's good. Good, 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 good. Good, good, good. Good, good, good. Thanks for supporting the channel. Thank you for supporting the channel. That was a long read, you guys. Flip it over one more paragraph on the back. Flip it over. It says 63 of 63. That was it. I got it. It's at the end. It's signed by his attorney, Jennifer Bonjean, at the end of it. So I'm going to see what this one is. Let me see what this one is right here. Are you kidding me? So what did you think about Faith, Jason? Thank you, Tori. What do you think about Faith, Jason? What do you think about Faith? So if we go to 272 was the last one entered and 20 cents. After this one, because I got to see where. Okay. So I'm going to go here and just read you guys this one. And then I don't know why it's not sharing. That's weird. I want to read you guys. Okay, let me see if it's going to come up. I don't know why it's not sharing. Can you guys see the form on the screen? What you say? You got through those motions quick. Shut up. That's why I ain't going. Just shut up. That eternity, the eternity book of Jane Doe number 9. Oh my God, I might as well get back to it because it'll keep my focus over here. So I want to read you guys the motion that was granted. It was filed. I don't know why is it not coming up on the screen. That's weird. Hold on, let me do this. Oh, there it is. I have to start a new page. How about that? There it is. Can you guys see that? I kept saying, why isn't it showing at the refresh? Okay, I got it. I got it. Now let's open it up. This was after all of that denied motion. See, now I don't see it anymore. It's gone again. Why, I do not know. Oh, or was it already up? I don't know. I don't know if it's up on the screen or not, you guys. I'm not seeing it. Anyways, let me read it and get it over with because this one was submitted February 19th, 22. Um, um, Attorney Jennifer Bonjean came right back at it after the denied motion, and she submitted oh, it's disconnecting. Okay. Now I see it. Counsel seeks leave. She asks for some leave to file an oversized memorandum of law in support of the defendant's Rule 29 motion. Specifically, the defendant seeks leave to file 56-page memorandum of law. The defendant uh, see, it keeps jumping off. I don't see it. It was up there, but now it's not. Weird. The defendant was indicted for racketeering based on 14 different predicated acts, not including subparts. Many of those predicated acts were Mann Act violations that charge a defendant with committing discrete illegal sexual activity. All told, the government charged the defendant with violating nearly 20 different crimes, all, all with their own elements. So the juror charge was 153 pages long. Undersigned counsel requires 56 pages to complete competently raise all meritorious challenges to the government proof for several reasons. First, the trial was a lengthy one, roughly 7 weeks. The trial record exceeds 5,000 pages. So, under the Rule 29 standard, the defendant must devote significant space to discussing the government's evidence as to each element of the charged offenses. Second, the RICO cases are complex, particularly this one, where the government use of the statute to address conduct charged in unpreceded. For example, the defendant raises several serious challenges to whether the government proved an enterprise. A comprehensive discussion of this question alone requires 20 pages. The defendant also raises non-frivolous challenges to each and every racketeering act charge. This requires a protracted discussions in part because the government creative use of the Mann Act. Just by way of an example, the government charged the defendant with committing the violations of public health laws in 2 different states. Those statutes alone have their own unique elements, so the defendant challenges the sufficiency of evidence as to those offenses largest constitutional challenges to the statutes, which requires a fair amount of discussion. Finally, this memorandum of law is lengthy because a defendant raises legal challenges to the charged offenses that have never been argued or considered by this court. In short, there is much to discuss in this unique case, and the defendant must preserve his challenges for the appellate review through a Rule 29 motion. According to the defendant, requests leave to file an oversized memorandum of law, 56 pages. So that was granted to do so, but the Judge Donnelly came back and denied it, in my opinion, based off the fact that you wait a minute now, under her individual purposes of the 4.C, I believe it was. Hey, you know what? I'm gonna ask for you to shrink this down and double space it. This is outside the page limit of what I'm going to accept from you. She requested that you get this down to 25 or something. Was cutting her in half. Was forcing her to take some of this stuff up out of here. We don't need all of this. Well, Jennifer Bonjean had came back and respectfully followed the steps. Now she resubmitted the motion in. So now there's the process of waiting to see if that will be heard at that lower appeal up to go up now, to the top of the chain. And that's what's going on. So it's going to be a little waiting period until Jennifer Bonjean's go into her direction of where she's choosing to go. So I don't know if you guys can see that paperwork on there. For some reason, I guess it didn't show it. But just to put it, I don't know why it's not picking up screen number 1. What's going on with you? Maybe it's tired. Anyways, that's what's going on. I'm going to try to keep you guys in the loop as much as I can with my work schedule. So that's just that. Yep. So it is, didn't I tell y'all we was going to meet the schedule? It's 12:12. Shout out to One Pap. She got through those pages. Shout out to the people that donate to the channel. I appreciate. I think that's it. I ain't clicking on nothing else to buy this week. Not at all. Done. Unless some juicy stuff comes up, then I just may do so. But I don't know. It's now I got the hiccups. Well, wait a minute. But now I am going to retire. Hopefully this week that's coming up, it'll be, I have the hiccups, quiet for me over here, okay? Whatever the charades that's going on or whatever, I have the hiccups, you guys. I got to take myself out of it. Okay, and whatever happens, it just happens, and that's it. I still will be reporting what I feel like reporting off of whatever channels that I feel like watching, and that's that. And I can't worry about people's feelings on that. What I will do is I'll run my reports, and I'm going to get the hell up out of here, and I'll come on and laugh and chit chat to you guys. Just for my subscribers over here, it's nothing for me to leave that mess alone, because I'm not oblivious and I'm not blind to the fact. So have at it over there, and good luck to to whatever the bejesus is going on. It is what it is, you know. It's a big old picture out here in everybody's face. So you guys put the face value to it and take it for whatever it's worth. But at the end of the day, it's not my time and energy. Nobody's gonna get up here inside of my head at all. So it's not gonna happen. And the hell with them, you know. Play they funky ass, freaking crazy ass fucking games. It is what it is. You wanted to know? Okay, they not talking about Sparkle. What do you want to know? I don't know nothing about Sparkle. I don't know. Oh, Jason, they don't talk about her. Sparkle ain't nowhere around. You say Beauty wants to see your video with you opening that Valentine's pop box. What Valentine? What? I don't have no video. What are you talking about? I do not. I don't know why, but my screen is just not. It's not pulling up. I had one video that I did want to show you guys, but let me see. Let me open up my email. There was one video that I sent, and I wanted y'all to see. Let me see before I leave up out of here. But I don't. It won't play. Oh, I think I might have showed it to you guys already. Hold on. And I have so much stuff in my phone. I just got to try to get it all on the other screen so I can get the videos up on it correctly. There's another one that kind of came out today. Well, yeah. So I get them, you know, I get so much stuff. We still got to get into this other game. Harlem want us to try over here. We could do something different with that. I got to pick that back up and get into that. It's a lot, you guys. It really is a lot. So I don't even know if I can find it. I updated my phone and I hate it. You guys get those updates on your phone? Like, I hate it. It seemed to have made everything smaller, and it went and rearranged like my phone, and I got to try to figure it out. Like, this sucks. So oh, that's not even I don't know if you guys catch this one. Let me see if you guys can see it. Because we kind of clicked on some things about I mean, we clicked on the video with Tim Savage's on today. There's another guy that's going to be coming out here on. So you guys, please remind me. Please remind me, Beauty Harlem, you guys, if you will, remind me to go and see about this Mad Pill, because this Mad Pill says that he's coming out to tell this story here of how Timothy Savage and Gloria Allred set up R. Kelly. Now that one I want to see. Tim Savage's I don't want to see, but it's not premiering until the February 24th. So I have to go check this guy out. Beauty Harlem, if you guys happen to click on him and you know, click on it and send it to me so that I could be in the bushes with y'all to hear this one here. Yeah, but it says how Timothy Savage and Gloria Allred helped set up R. Kelly. Ooh, can't wait. I want to hear that. There's probably another speculation and allegations. I don't know. It could be. It could be, y'all. I don't know. But I would like to see, I would like to hear that one though. Yeah, I do. I don't want to hear that one. Mm. I got to go, y'all. We are on schedule. See y'all later. Bye. Have a good night, y'all. I'll see y'all sometime, probably through later on through the week. But I took off today to come on and chill. You say, what's the channel? Okay, let me show you. That's the name of it right there, Mad Pill. So it's not going to premiere until February 24th. That's his name right there, Mad Pill. So if you guys get on there before and I don't get it, please send it to me so I can come in the bushes on that one. Yeah. You got it, Harlem? I will, Tori. I'm trying to make sure I get it too. I'm gonna log it into my calendar date. I'm gonna log it into my calendar and make sure that I have the girl. Now, see, that's something I will watch. Read both of your comments. Let me see what you saying. You probably ain't doing nothing but picking on me. I want to know more about Sparkle niece. I got the keys to the MDC. So when you log off, Pap, I'm heading there to get my conjugal visit. And also, everybody's ticket. Girl, yes. Yes. Now, let me update y'all with the Queen and the and Chairman Winbush. They not fighting too hard right now. I think Bush done said what she had to say. She told the Queen, either you meet me downtown or that's that. So apparently right now, the Winbush had been riding, Dr. Wright's coattail. For what reason? I don't know. There's allegations or something about how, and that she's feeling that, Dr. Rice had something to do with the discouragement of all of Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly's attorneys or something. And in the meantime, between time, she's also bringing back alive that darn Jasmine girl that was down there and all that stuff. Dr. Rice has now responded back to the streets of the YouTube, not per se of Sharon Winbush. However, Sharon Winbush is the only one that did come out to push this information out about Dr. Rice. But now Dr. Rice is responding back saying that that is not the case. This is not what's happening. And he feels that people are trying to infiltrate his life right now. So I don't know how that's going to work out. I don't know where it's going. I don't know the purpose or the meaning of it. All I know is you're right. It could be a whole nother goddamn distraction out here. It's a lot of them out here. They all have individual stories about why they did this and why they did that and who they are and all of this, these things. And so if you ain't checked it out and you want to hear about some more of that's what's popping, then head on over there to that Dr. Rice. I don't know, he did a whole video, I guess, to try to put, I think it went to Twitter, because that's where he likes to put his information out there with. There's just really one golden question out here. It's like, why did these people take it upon themselves to get entangled into this man's situation like this? I guess we're gonna have to wait and see if there is actually a book or books that's going to be written by Dr. Rice off of a lot of the people that was out here. He had the conversations. So what I'm gonna tell you, I know something is up. Like, if I see at least two people, characters in this book with their statements. So I don't know. Well, I can't even say that because have y'all purchased his books? Don't he have one out? And he says that it's proof. Oh Lord, yeah, but he says that he ain't no part of no feds. So Harlem say he just came out here to do the interviews and everything. My question is, how would Jerry Bush knows that he had these Jasmine or Geronda or these people sign these like NDAs, like so that he can own the rights to what they say to implement it in his book. I wonder how she knows that. That's some weird shit. It's some weird shit going on out here. It's just weird. Well, it's different, It's so different, crazy, y'all. So damn crazy. But my eyes are getting tired, and I am going to bed. Doc said he's still making some babies. Oh, you wrong for that one, Shannon. You so wrong for that one. So Tori says she gonna look into it. Let us know, Tori, what your findings may be, so that we can talk about it over here on the show, on the channel. Yeah. So they liked him, but I feel that it's like everybody should have left well enough alone. I do too, Beauty. I do too. It has been so much interference. Oh, you say he went to the feds for the what? I did see that. He said that he's on his way to the feds. Who drives to the feds though? How do you skip the chain of command? What happened to making the police report first, though, Harlem? There's a chain of command around here. I guess unless you feel like, I don't know, that your life is being threatened or something like that. I don't know. What happened? Nobody's gonna go to the local police no more. These people going straight to the top. Do not pass go. He says that his stuff is copyrighted. Yeah, a lot of people's things are copyrighted. So are you saying that it's a possibility that we might be seeing Dr. Rice inviting Winbush to the courtroom? I don't know what's going on with Sparkle niece, Jason. I told you that the other day. Until if things start to come up and about Chicago, then that's the only time that you're going to hear about the people that you're continuing to ask about. He said he didn't feel safe going to the police. Girl, bye. It's a chain of commandment around here. Now, when he get up there, they going to ask him, well, did you file your local police report? Where is that at? See, because then the local police reports will, if they find, they're the ones that has to find the findings of the probable cause or the danger or a law broken to say, well, you know what? Whoa, this is some hefty, malicious, shit. They said they was finna burn your house down. Well, this is something now to go. We better expedite this up to the higher level, knock on their door and see if this is something that they want to get involved in. I don't know where these people come from. Like, everybody passes the local department. I don't understand that. Somebody has to kick it off. But like I said, unless there's been some atrocious, activity going on that we don't know about. That's just like me saying, well, you write me a goddamn speeding ticket. I want to go to the feds. I don't want to talk to you police officers. I'm going straight to the feds about this goddamn this speeding ticket. What the hell? Girl, bye. So I don't know. Maybe he does have probable cause or a lot of more information that should probably go directly to the feds. I don't know. That he tried to get to the Kells woman, and that's why they cut communications out with him. Oh, you said maybe Sharon need to see the doctor too, for the prego. No, Shannon. No, I don't know. I don't know, Shannon. You got me on that one. Listen, Shannon, it's just a whole bunch of secret humping around here, huh? It's just a whole bunch of it. It's a lot of surprises out here on these streets. It is a lot. Unbelievable. You know, it's crazy. All I know is I don't want nothing to do with it. Nothing. Done. Gone. Finetto. Headaches. Bull crap out here, man. It's straight bull crap. Mm-mm. Nope. 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 But I'm not going past 12:30. It is 12:29. Tori and Shannon. I saw Simply Jason. Thanks for coming out and hanging out with me. Priscilla hanging out. Beauty, I loves you. Harlem, I loves you. Love you, girls. Charles, thank you guys for coming and hanging out. We made it through. Everyday Gemini, we made it through. And I have completed that motion. Sure did. And I think I got everybody on this go around. Charles was out and Miss Eva came through. And I think that's about it. Let me make sure that I give shout out. Reba got some shout out. Shout out to you. I think that's it. Everybody that was in the chat room, and if you are in the bushes and you were tailor made, shout out PDQ, shout out to you, shout out to you. So if I miss you, charge it to the game and not my heart. If you are in the bushes, that's okay, and shout out to you as well. Please hit the like, share, and subscribe button. Oh, I swear I'm gonna get. Well, let me see what you're saying now. I'm going to the feds for being a YouTuber since everybody else is going, and I'm sitting out. Oh my Lord, please don't. Not another one. All of y'all. I'm gonna have you put up in Pelican Bay. It's 1:30. Ooh, you say this is enough to bring your blood pressure down. I just, I'm just, man, y'all have no idea, man. Just, wow. That's all I could say. It's like just, wow. You know, just wow. Wow. No, I don't remember when you opened that Valentine's Day gift. What Valentine's Day gift? You talking about my box of chocolates? What are you talking about? I got terms. I got three more terms. They're right here. I'm filling it up. Harlem, how's you doing with your Pandora? You still working on yours, or you quit? No, I do not remember opening up a Valentine's Day gift. I don't know what you're talking about. Let me think. What was in it? What was in it, Shannon? A Valentine's Day gift. You can't go jet. Oh, you don't want me to go yet? You still working? I can't get you through your job tonight, sister. I really want to lay it down now. Rikers Island is where y'all would be going, not girl. We going to. Ain't that worse than Pelican Bay? I don't know what Shannon talking about. He must be talking about. I ain't getting no gift from. I ain't getting no rose from Beauty. She bought that 2-for-1 and kept it for herself. She got one in the upstairs bathroom and one in the downstairs bathroom. She didn't share. I think it was about. You talking about with those things that blurted out? That was from a Secret Sister. Mm. Is that what you're talking about? Because the butterflies are not in it. I'm going to move the screen back, you guys. But the butterfly isn't in it, Shannon. But the box, I still have. I keep the box. That one? Is that what you're talking about? That one, Shannon? Nope. I took the stuff out. So, and it looks like that. You talking about that? That's what you're talking about? I'll keep the box. The box is absolutely beautiful, and the butterflies are upstairs. I keep forgetting to push them down in here. But you remember that? Now I remember what you're talking about. That scared the bejesus out of me, Shannon. But yeah, I keep the box. Has my name. Yep, there it is. Bye bye bye. Yep. So it's still shout out to Secret Sister because she did send me some beautiful, beautiful gifts. And no doubt, I'll always have that. I'll keep all of my memoirs of things that people have sent. I still have my umbrella from the New Orleans lady. I still have quite a bit of stuff. I used the hell out of that air fryer. Yeah, I still have the butterflies that popped out and scared the shit out of me. I actually love the gift. So in that, I was very appreciative of. So I do, and I'll never lose it. It's never going anywhere. Nope, I love it. So it is what it is. I have good people. I had good people, and I had some bad people that just wasn't for me over here. And I had to learn that. You have to learn that, right? People that just wasn't for me over here. People that just lost interest of what's going on over here. We don't have much of nothing going on over here. I try not to have the roo roo rah rah. I open the doors up to panels for just discussions on Mr. Kelly, and it went well. It went absolutely well. I opened the doors up for ladies' night, and it went absolutely well. And things just took a turn. And that's just some shit that I have to suck up. I had moderators that has left that I have no idea why they left. They don't give you reasons. They just leave. I had that one girl, you guys remember Valicia? Do y'all remember her, Beauty? You remember Felicia Harlem? Remember her? And she would call and say, oh my God, she wanted to be a moderator. She used to moderate for DJ's channel, right? And she was like, well, she wanted, to come over here as well. And I took a minute and I would talk to her. She was from overseas. Well, the UK. And I really, 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 she would call, she would text quite a bit, and I would, she introduce her baby girl, and there's some things that she would want from the States, and I take time out, and she would cash out half of the money because it was quite expensive to ship over to the UK. And I mean, I kind of went out my way on that. I got teddy bear for her child, and I would add a little more extra things in there, and I picked up the book that she wanted, the soda, because I got that, and next thing I know, it was like boom, I'm out of here. So we also had Ed. I don't know what happened to Ed. I can't tell you guys. I guess he decided that I'm gonna move on. There was no nothing, no text, no nothing, just left. So that was a surprising to me, because now that I see him, in the chats everywhere, and the only question that I think I had about Ed is, well, what did I do differently that is not being, what, like, huh? So I was a little confused about that one. That one there, to be honest with you, it did catch me by surprise. It did. You say you gave a 2 weeks notice if I have to leave. Thank you, Shannon. That's all I be asking. Like, just, I don't need to know why or nothing, but it's like, all you got to do is say, you know what, I'm going to be moving on. Like, that shit ain't hard to do. If I was leaving you or whatever, and I'll tell you guys, you know what, I'm going to shut my channel down. I think that that's fair to do so. I think that was just fair, especially with Valencia, because she would ask like every day, and I finally said, sure, well, okay. And then all of a sudden it's like, phew, I'm out of here. But for the other people that made a choice to leave, I can't see what it is that they didn't like that I wasn't doing when I get to watch them where they are of the same, kind of shit. It's weird. It's like, this is some weird shit, man. This is weird. You know what, Jason? Go to bed. Go do the dishes, and then you go to bed and come back next time. Cause ain't nobody finna talk about no sparkle knees. So I don't know. Who else did we have that left, you guys? Who else? I think that that was about it. I don't know. Who else did we have? Harlem Beauty. Who else did we have? APZ. She shows up when she can. And she also, I think, moderates for Dr. Rogers. I seen her do that, so she probably splitting her time up with us. If Dr. Rogers come on, then she's over there. If I'm on, then she comes over here. Then you have who else we missing? Yeah, bye, Jason. Go to bed. Because when you get on repeat, you sleepy. You can't be all sleepy and shit over here instead of repeating. You gonna give me a notice. I'll just be sending the bill for my time. You gonna calculate 3 years on me, girl. Three? No. Yeah, we had Nisi Mo, but I took Nisi Mo down so that it wouldn't be confusion because Nisi Mo was going here and go there. And when I do that, I want people to feel free. I don't want people to have restraints on them when I know that she's very voiceful. You know what I mean? So I did that. I don't know what happened to Peace and Harmony. However, I do see her. She's on somebody chat. I saw her one time in somebody's live. Let's see whose it was. Yeah. I see her one time in somebody's live, but she used to email me and to say hello, and how you doing. But now I don't hear anything from her either. So I guess I must have did something that she just wasn't okay with. Beauty and Queen, hopefully, maybe, time goes by. I don't know if she's even coming back. I don't know. I don't know. I know Beauty and Queen was jumping in and out of the channel to where I didn't know exactly what was going on. What do I think about Beauty Queen and myself? I think that such situation occurred with what you guys see around the YouTube streets, and I think that, in my opinion, people would get inside people, whispering, and causing conflict between the two. And in my opinion, I think that that's kind of what, pushed us a little bit apart. However, I was hoping that we never would tear apart. We built together, So I don't know if she ever comes back out, which I don't know if she's out or not. I don't know. If she ever comes back out, it may be a time where I don't have a problem still supporting her channel. Not at all. Nate, mother, his mother, eventually, got him away from the YouTube streets. The last time I did speak to Nate, and his mother wanted to know. No, she says, well, Nate really likes your show, and so he wants to send you $5. His mother sent the $5 from her Cash App, and then she said that due to his health reasons or whatever, I don't know if he's out here under a name or do he be sitting back watching. I don't know, but they wanted him off now because he went through that session with Passionate Gangster them, and then a session, it was, so I think that it was getting to his health. So eventually he stopped coming on. So yeah, you say no more old people, let them go. And I have to, Beauty. Obviously, they saw something that they did not want, and what I'm not going to do is chase anybody down to come and kick it and hang out. I'm not going to do that. That's not going to happen. If they have left, they found a reason to leave, and I have to respect that. Goodbye. I have to respect it. I'm not going to kiss nobody's behind. Mm-mm. And at this point right now, I don't even want to, I don't care, and I don't even want to know. I think the only one that I really did want to know was the Valencia. I really did. I kind of wanted to know, okay, because sometimes you can try to correct your mistakes because other people may see something that you don't see, right? So, and I was thinking, like I say, with Ed, I was like, wow, okay, well, what did I do something personal? Did I, and I was thinking that, well, maybe he would actually be the one because he watches all the lives to say, put a stop sign here or put a green sign there. Not dictating my channel, but with sitting over here, obviously, with recognizing personalities, traits, and stuff like that. So I don't know. So, but that was a complete shocker, and to also like because I see him and he moderates for like the person that like you went at that guy. I thought that you were sitting over it like you literally said. I had still have the video right, and I was like, well, wow, well that's a change. You know, now that was a drastic change. It's like what the fuck? Didn't you just hold the fuck? Who the fuck's is what the fuck planet am I on? Is this fucking shit natural? Is that so till then I had to think about it. You're like, man, if you don't get Pap ain't in our feelings. Get out your feelings on some shit like this on these strangers. When I realized, well, I don't know these damn people. Run your damn channel, and if they choose to stay, you stay. If you choose to go, then you go. I don't know. I don't know. All I know is that I do have a solid 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 that's been rocking now for the 3 years. 6, a solid 6, and I wouldn't trade you guys in for the world. If you guys go, it's on your turn, not mine. I have a 6 solid female crew. I do, and thanks to Shannon for joining us over here to, balance us out a little bit, keep us ladies in line. And I appreciate that. I know. But I can't kiss no butts, y'all, to do this. I lead a channel just like this and I'm good. I'm good. Unplug the computer. Okay, it's going. Bye, y'all. Have a good night. Y'all done stole some more minutes out of me. Now, if I oversleep, that's on me, baby. That's on me, baby. But all I can say is shout out to everybody for the subscriptions, for the views, for the likes and things like that. So shout out to you guys. I'm just like you guys. I just sit over here and try to run my mouth and just have a channel. That's it and that's all. Nothing more, nothing less. That's it, that's all. Now, I gotta go. See y'all later on this week. Later on this week. And don't forget, I am the shit show supervisor. I'm the shit show supervisor out here, whether they like it or not. They got their own thing going on. Say less, baby. That's the word. Say less. It is what it is. And I can have fun doing just what I'm doing over here and getting the hell out that goddamn toxic ass bull crap that them people got going on over there. They can keep that toxic shit. Stick that shit up their ass. Period. Good night, y'all.